Okay, welcome. We've got an exciting program, and we're really focused today on taking action and making something happen when we walk out of here. So what can be done right now to create coalitions of communities, policymakers, and researchers working together on addressing environmental justice and climate protection concerns, right? So our goal today is to walk out of here with practical evidence-based solutions that will serve the people and the environment of Georgia and a real way to work on these solutions. You'll be hearing from all of our sponsor organizations and all of our host organizations throughout the day. So shameless plug of Science for Georgia. Our mission is to improve communication between science and the public, increase public engagement with science, and advocate for the responsible use of science in public policy. So this conference is super vital to our mission, right? We need to get science out of the lab, out of these great research labs, and have it engage with all y'all key stakeholders and work together towards practical solutions. So in the summer of 2021, we hosted a speaker series about literacy, and that kickstarted momentum. And there have been like 3 literacy legislations that passed, guys, passed. So I feel super confident that we can do something about environmental justice and climate protection today.
Hey everyone, as Amy mentioned, my name is Brooke Lappy. I'm a doctoral student here at the Rollins School of Public Health, but I'm also an intern at Science for Georgia, and I've enjoyed my time immensely. So last summer, we hosted this conference for the first time with Dogwood Alliance. And out of that momentum, we're hosting our second conference here, and we're super excited about it. And as Amy mentioned, we're hosting with the Center for Black Women's Wellness this year, as well as Emory Charter. And I'm going to say Emory Charter one time, what it really stands for, and I'm never going to say it again. Emory Center for Child Health Assessment, Research, Translation, and Combating Environmental Racism. So an awesome organization, but we're going to call it Emory Charter from here on out. So thank you so much for our partners that have helped me organize this conference and make it happen. We'd also like to thank our speakers in advance for their engaging talks they've prepared for you. And we want to give a shout out to our many sponsors and funders for making this happen. Powell Environmental Law, South Face, National Parks Conservation Association. Thank you all so much. Thank you to Representative Becky Evans, Wesley Longhofer, and Brooke Martin. On behalf of Charter Center, we would like to recognize support for the National Institute of Environmental Health Sciences and the US EPA for making this work and this event happen. And we'd also like to thank Emory Rollins School of Public Health for the use of this amazing space. Emory acknowledges the Muskogee Creek people who lived, worked, and produced knowledge on and nurtured the land where Emory's Oxford and Atlanta campuses are now located. In 1821, 15 years before Emory's founding, the Muskogee were forced to relinquish this land. We recognize the sustained oppression, land dispossession, and involuntary removals of the Muskogee and Cherokee peoples from Georgia and the Southeast. Emory seeks to honor the Muskogee Nation and other indigenous caretakers of this land by humbly seeking knowledge of their histories and committing to the respectful stewardship of this land. You'll also notice some tables out front. These are from our sponsors and partners, so I encourage you to check them out on breaks, and we'll have some time to look at those tables together around lunch. And Amy's gonna discuss the format for today.
All right, so today's exciting format, we're gonna have 2 fabulous speakers that are gonna lay the groundwork for why we're here. We're then gonna have a quick break, and then after that, a panel outlining resources available for us to actually get to work. At lunch, we're going to make you talk to strangers. So we have a fun activity planned. So it's going to be great. It involves candy and get to know me questions. So you're going to be split up at lunch. So talk to your friends now because you're making new ones at lunch. And then we're going to talk about successful community coalitions to get super inspired. And then at the end of the day, we're going to have a build a coalition workshop that's going to enable you to identify your strengths and weaknesses and how to build partnerships where the sum is greater than the whole of their parts. Remember, our good friends at Charter have also set aside some funds to support creation of coalitions around children's environmental health issues. So thanks, Nathan. And I really want you to think outside the box today and ask yourself, what can I offer to this situation? What positive changes can be made today? And how do we work together to implement them? So without further ado, let's get going. Yeah.
Awesome. So we're going to start today with a call to action to get us excited about what we're going to be discussing throughout the day. And our first speaker today to get us excited is going to be Dr. Becca Philipsborn. She is a pediatrician at the Emory University School of Medicine in the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. And her scholarly work focuses on understanding the influence of climate change on children's health and teaching climate change and environmental health. Outside of Emory, Dr. Philipsborn serves on the executive committee for the American Academy of Pediatrics Council on Environmental Health and the Climate Change and Lancet Countdown on Health and Climate Change U.S. working groups. So we're super excited to have her come speak today about the implications of climate change on children's health and wellness.
Thanks, y'all. I'm really excited to be here and see all of you here in person. And I was kind of looking in on those online. We have over 50 people online, which is wonderful too. And I am honored to open this conference and really hope to share with you why this cause matters so much to me and how I hope we can work together to protect children's health in the climate crisis. As part of the PACU, I want to let you know that my presentations are supported by the American Academy of Pediatrics, and we are funded in part by a cooperative agreement with the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and the Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry, and in part by EPA through an interagency operating agreement. So as a primary care pediatrician, I get to go into my office and hold other people's babies, and it's wonderful. And I get to see all of the promise and potential in a child's eyes. I think it's up to us to preserve that potential. And we know from the Lancet Countdown, this is the headline finding from 2019, it will take the work of all of us to ensure that the health of a child born today is not defined by a changing climate. In September 2021, over 200 healthcare journals called us to address the catastrophic harm to health from climate change. This is absolutely a health problem, and 200 journals don't get together to do editorials like this that often. Last year in 2021, actually, so almost a year and a half ago, UNICEF released a report calling this a child's rights crisis. So not just here in the States, but globally, the climate crisis is a child's rights crisis. And they emphasize that in this graphic that almost every child on Earth, greater than 99%, is exposed to at least one climate shock or stressor, and many are exposed to overlapping or compounding shocks and stressors. Even Sesame Street here in the States has featured what it means for children to be displaced because of climate change, which is happening to millions of Americans. And this documentary series called Through Our Eyes looks at the child's perspective for what displacement can mean. And increasingly, our children are seeing this not through television, but through their own eyes. This is Red Lodge, Montana. It's where my mother-in-law lives, and where I'll get to see her next week. Before we went 2 years ago, a fire crept right up to town's edge. Before we went last year with rapid snowmelt, you guys may remember the images from Yellowstone, the river overflowed, and this bottom picture isn't the riverbed, that's Main Street. Our children are seeing this with their own eyes. How do we protect them? And what about in Georgia? Sometimes the climate shocks that we need to worry about are more stressors. They're more insidious. They're things that we're not seeing every day. We know that here in Georgia right now, we have some pretty extreme heat, hot days, hot nights. It's not cooling off as much. By 2050, we're projected to see more than 90 of these extreme heat days. That can worsen the ground level air quality that our children breathe. This is not something that's as dramatic as a fire, but it absolutely matters for child health and development. From a kid's perspective, this extreme heat can mean more exposure to pollution and longer and more intense pollen seasons. And how about for our changing hydrologic cycle? So wet, flooding, dry, drought. We see both here in Georgia at different times of year. We're seeing these changing and intensifying patterns of rainfall. And we do have exposure to wildfire smoke even here in Georgia. So last week, Northeast is blanketed in smoke, and we had some code orange days here in the middle of the week because of that smoke coming down from Canada. In clinic, this may mean we see more children whose homes have been exposed to flooding, and there's a mold risk and air quality risk in the home. We know that in Atlanta, we're not directly on the coast, but extreme heat is causing, heat intensifies extreme weather events. So we know that our hurricanes are getting stronger. This graphic is showing Hurricane Michael, which is coming up through southern Georgia and caused more than $2 billion in damage to our agricultural sector alone. We're having these intense, particularly dangerous situations was a new word for me, a meteorologic word that looks at these long track tornadoes where conditions are appropriate to have many tornadoes at once. So this, again, you can have exposure to mold after the storm. You can have displacement from home, from community, school, and disruption to life as kids know it. Down on the coast, we're seeing sea level rise, and the east coast of the United States is one of the areas that's seeing the most rapid sea level rise globally. Without change to mitigate carbon emissions, we're looking at up to 1 meter sea level rise by the end of the century. So this is not just a question of displacement along the coast, but that flooding on the coast can displace toxic chemicals. We have seen coal ash spills and even algal blooms. These extreme events are becoming more likely. And yet, while I hope you all leave here today thinking that this is absolutely a health problem for children, when I ask our children what they want me to message back to you, even though we've done so much work to message that this is a health problem, they want you to know that they care about the polar bears too, that they care that our species is now the driving force in ecological change on the planet. This era is called the Anthropocene because we are the driving force for change. This affects our children's mental health. So it's no surprise that there is I do have some hard data in this presentation, and this is one of the studies I want to show. It is a survey of 10,000 youth aged 16 to 25 in 10 countries. Almost 60%, those are the red and orange bars up at the top, were extremely or very worried about climate change. And about 45%, that's that blue bar, indicated that feelings about climate change negatively affect their daily life and functioning. Globally, this matters for children. And the study goes through the 10 countries there. The trends hold to a different degree across countries. So at its heart, climate change is a question of social and intergenerational injustice. Those who are affected the least are those who contributed the least are among those who are affected the most. This graphic is old, but I think it shows better at a glance this challenge than anything I've seen since, where the top map, this cartograph, is showing global contributions to CO2 emissions. The bigger the area, the more the contribution. The bottom map is showing projected mortality, not just morbidity or illness, but actual death from just 4 climate-sensitive conditions, which were inland and coastal flooding, malaria, malnutrition, and diarrheal disease. And you can see that these maps are the complete reverse of one another. But I want to emphasize for us here today that injustice is everywhere. It lives on a micro scale in our communities within the states too, even though we're very skinny on this bottom map. Our kids are telling us that we will die of old age. They fear that they will die of climate change. And our children are fighting this injustice right here in downtown Atlanta. There's a Fridays for Future movement globally where children are raising their voices as leaders, and we can help elevate it. So this room will be familiar with redlining, but let's be clear that it's not the only federal policy that has been discriminatory in the past, but it is one that we continue to see the environmental manifestations of today. So this is another paper there linked at the bottom that was really instrumental in showing how a history of redlining can relate to current conditions in our communities. So the researchers mapped temperature on the ground, land surface, so tree coverage versus more concrete and industry, and health indicators in 108 cities. 94% of the formerly redlined areas were hotter than the surrounding neighborhoods. The temperature was up to 7 degrees Celsius hotter in these neighborhoods, and nationally the average was 2.6 degrees Celsius hotter, which was significant. So the researchers said, okay, so we see that the temperature on the ground is hotter, but does that actually relate to health? And they found that it did. They found a higher proportion of EMS or emergency medical ambulance calls and hospital visits for heat-related illness from formerly red line areas on those extremely hot days. This led to a pretty powerful conclusion that historical housing policies may in fact be directly responsible for disproportionate exposure to current heat events. And for children, these climate threats go together. So exposure to heat and exposure to pollution and the resources that a community can bring to bear to buffer children are not mutually exclusive. So I want to just spend a moment on childhood asthma, which, as we know, affects 1 in 10 children in the US, but the incidence is different between Black and white children to talk about intersectionality. So heat contributes to smog and ozone formation. All else equal, we have more pollution when it's hotter on the ground in our cities. Heat worsens that ground level pollution. Pollution itself contributes to the development of childhood asthma and the severity of childhood asthma, the frequency of exacerbations, and even mortality from asthma. Asthma, in turn, the fact that that child has asthma is going to make them more sensitive to heat. It's a chicken and egg thing. One builds upon the other. They are more physiologically susceptible at that point if they have asthma from heat and pollution. And we know Black children in the US are disproportionately exposed to both from studies like the one I just mentioned. So there's another paper that's referenced here with, again, a really powerful conclusion that exposure to air pollution is likely a key contributor to the excess asthma in children of color due to pervasive exposure before birth, at home, and in school. Historical segregation, including redlining practices, contributes to, if not causes, the disproportionate burden experienced by people of color today. So how in our work can we be part of dismantling this if we don't talk about it? And I hope that's why we're all here today. So there's urgency in the climate crisis, and I promise you there will be some good news and some hope in this talk. But now we know from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change that we really have to reduce emissions to limit warming to 1.5 degrees or at most 2 degrees Celsius to prevent those consequences of climate change that are the most profound. To do that, we need to reduce globally our emissions by 45% below 2010 levels by 2030 and be net zero by 2050. So time is running out, and yet whether it's in a clinic or in our daily lives, it feels like everything we do is pinched by a stopwatch, and that stopwatch all too often wins out over the hourglass. We know that we passed the 1 degree Celsius warming mark in 2017, and without action, we're looking at temperatures up to 5 degrees Celsius warming by the end of the century. The IPCC, that Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, has called out that we need to mitigate. They say avoid the unmanageable consequences of climate change, and we need to adapt to manage those unavoidable consequences that we're stuck with, we're already living because of what's already happened. But we have an opportunity here today too to recenter children's needs in the moment. Mitigation, reducing carbon emissions, ultimately to me means we're reducing a child's ultimate risk of exposure to climate health harms. It is about the children, and adaptation means that we can all be a part of protecting children from those harms that we're going to face. This is saving child's lives, preventing child illness, preventing childhood disruptions and school disruptions, supporting child rights, and promoting health equity. So let's bring the importance of childhood to this conversation. This is a paper that I worked on with colleagues around the country that talks about how I, as a pediatrician, can bring climate change into my clinical discussion with patients and talk about how the climate crisis matters for the health of that child in front of me. There's some work that's gone on with the PACU and the Center for Black Women's Wellness about screening for environmental exposures, and that's absolutely part of it. I hope that all of you today, and I would challenge you to think how in your day-to-day you can address climate change. We know that this intersects with what we all already care about. We don't have enough time to make this a completely separate initiative, a separate thing. So what are you already doing where you can integrate this, just like we talk to doctors about integrating it into their practice? And for us, I really want to focus on the community resources, the network of community resources and referral plans, because I know that I can't do my job in the clinic alone without my partners in the community. If I need to address something in the life of a child outside of the four walls of my clinic, I'm going to need help. And that's where our community services come into place. So here are just some examples of some great community services. We have services for weatherization. We have the Double Bucks program here in Georgia, where you can get double dollar at farmers markets. And then this is from Ready ATL. This is a situational awareness bulletin around evacuation, but they also have resources for, hey, are you guys all signed up for boil water advisories in your neighborhood? Do you have your own disaster preparedness plan? That kind of thing. So we can use these ourselves and share them. And above all, no matter how much we do as individuals, we need to build community and advocate for big picture change. Here's another example of a resource that we at the PACU developed with a group called Georgia Clinicians for Climate Action. It's linked there with the QR code, and it's available in English and Spanish. If you guys have any children who are going to be participating in sports this coming fall or over the summer, every year we have illness and too often death in athletes in Georgia on hot summer days. Previously healthy kids who overheat on a playing field and in tragic circumstances die. This happens still, and it is totally preventable. So how can we, say at sports physicals or through our schools, share awareness about how kids can cool off and why this is so important? There's a lot of organizations and resources out there to support you. Healthychildren.org, the website of the AAP, has some great patient-facing materials. We have our PACUs. There's the Med Society Consortium on Climate and Health in our Georgia chapter, the Georgia Clinicians for Climate Action, and then the Lancet Countdown is a global effort raising voices of healthcare professionals. I want to give a shout out to this really recently released EPA report, which also has some great community-facing resources, and it's looking for the first time at a composite of climate stressors, what analyses are already available, and what these effects on child health will be. And last but not least, I think our children and our students are the most amazing advocates, and sometimes we need to think how we can advocate there alongside of them and elevate their voices, bring them to the table, bring the voice of children to the table. If we're already talking about climate change, and if we're already talking about children, let's bring the lens of climate change to the table. These are some of my students here at Emory who have helped me co-create a curriculum on climate and environmental health for all of our medical students. We've done waste audits in our ICU to figure out how we can reduce our medical waste, who've looked at the question of intersectionality in childhood asthma and published on it, who've held town halls with pediatricians across the country, and many, many more. So I want to thank them first and foremost. And for you all, let's start today. We're all here, we're doing this. Let's listen to our patients and our children and elevate their voices. Use your power wherever you have it, whatever realm you have power, bring it to the table and bring the issues that affect children to the table. We can strengthen connections between healthcare and community services. This has to be interdisciplinary, and we can take stock of our own choices, food, transportation, energy, and really any purchasing decision that we make. And then we can advocate together for that big picture change. Thanks so much. And I'll challenge you all to think of, before you leave here, make a commitment, one thing you can do starting today to contribute to a healthier and more sustainable world. No matter how small it seems, know that those small choices add up. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much. That was great. I think it really set the table, and it also ended with something that we can do positive. So I really appreciate that. Okay. Our next speaker just got here, so yay traffic. But thanks Treva. So our next speaker is Treva Gear. She's not just a co-host of this conference in her capacity of the Georgia campaign manager for Dogwood Alliance. She's also the founder and chair of Concerned Citizens of Cook County. It's a grassroots community organization in Adele. She's an Army veteran educator and community organizer. She has a doctorate in adult and career education from Valdosta State. In my super humble opinion, there is no one better than Dr. Gear to give an overview of the intersection of environmental justice and climate protection. So I'm super pleased you're here, Treva. Do you need another minute or are you gonna?
Yeah, just another minute for setting up my time.
Okay, it's happening. I think, is it? I put it on the thing, right?
It's this.
This one. Look at that. Yes, absolutely. Unsure about the full presentation, but we will have a resource page. So all of the cool things that she mentioned will for sure be online. Okay, you're welcome.
Might have to be downloaded. Oh, there it is.
Like, look at that. Right?
Mhm.
Okay. Without further ado, it's like everyone's worst nightmare, right? Showing up for your exam unprepared, rolling in from traffic.
Kill it though.
She's gonna crush it.
All right.
Treva.
All right. Well, good morning, good morning, good morning. It's good to see everybody. Yeah, dashing in here real fast, but I'm going to tell you this much. We're going to keep it simple, short. It's not going to be PowerPoint heavy because this is a simple topic to talk about. All right. So thank you all for being here. Thank you for that introduction. So the intersectionality of environmental justice and climate protection is something that we need to, I think that's new to some folks or old to others. But I will tell you this, what was most, surprising, amazing. I was flabbergasted by the fact that I've been going to conferences throughout the state of Georgia. And most of the conferences do not address any type of environmental justice. If there is, it's a small, very small percentage where they say, let me see how we can slip it in here, talk about it a little bit. But the big piece, you know, we're talking about our air, we're talking about water protection, wetlands, keeping our forest standing. By the way, that's what we do at Dogwood. We keep our forest standing, but our people have to be standing, which is why we support environmental justice communities that are often impacted by the wood pellet industries and the logging industries that we're oftentimes fighting. But we have to help them. So I see that as a missing piece of the conversation. There's not that many slides, but we know that it is overlapping because ultimately, and I'm gonna skip slides. If you want to save the planet, you have to save the people. So if you're trying to say, you know, and protecting the planet involves protecting the people. So we're like, okay, let's save the earth. Why? Why are we trying to save the earth? Well, we're one of the only planets where there's life, except for the other ones they're trying to discover that life can exist on. But but there's life here. And so we're trying to preserve that life. So in order to preserve life, we have to preserve the planet. However, oftentimes in these fights that we're fighting, we don't see the faces of the people. I was thinking sometimes, I've thought about this, we can't see the faces for the forest. Because oftentimes people talking about saving trees, but what we found out is that nobody really cares that much about saving trees. They'll come up with any explanation to get some green from the leaves of those trees. So green, when we talk about green, we think about trees now. It's not about people, but when we cut those trees down, we compromise life, and not just the life of those. We're the most prominent. You can see us walking around standing, but we also have wildlife. Okay, we have endangered species, which sometimes will save the trees. If they say, oh, there's an endangered species over there, oh, we should save that tree. But oftentimes we don't see the faces that are behind those trees, that when you cut those trees down, that there's flooding, that there's other impacts. When you put that new industry that's like, yeah, it's going to bring lots of jobs. Yeah, it's going to increase the economic progress of this community. What you don't see, it's going to kill the people in the process. So, what's it saying? It should not kill, building business should not kill people. Okay, economic progress should not be built on the back of folks. And that's what happens. It's good for the economy, but it's not good for the people. So ultimately it's not good for the people because it's going to make the people sick. And if they're working those jobs there, now they're sick and they can't support their family because they're going to have to come home, and it's not going to be on workers. Oh, they just got sick, but it's because of the factory they were working in. Why do our kids have a higher, African-American kids and kids of color have a higher rate of asthma and other issues? It's not because people are just living unhealthy. Black people are not just unhealthy folks. We happen to be living near bad industries where there's poor air and we didn't know it. That smell that we smell for so long, but it's in the name of economic progress. So when we are trying to protect our climate, we can't protect the people because oftentimes that's the biggest, oh my gosh, that's all we have. I'm saying, because if not for the people, then for who? For who? Because they're not doing it for the trees, for the sake of the trees, because now they say trees are renewable. Really? Really? It takes how long to get does anybody know how long it takes to get a mature tree? About 50 to 100 years. Well, we cut ours down about every 20 years in a conservation plan. So we got to change the way we think about stuff. If we think about 1970, the Clean Air Act, they came around in 1970s, right? Clean Water Act. Well, I'm sorry, but some of those industries that existed before then are still existing in some cases and still polluting. We haven't changed the way we do business, but that's not what that's about. But the key thing is, if we're going to save the planet, we have to save the people. It's not separate. Climate protection and environmental justice are not two separate things. They intersect and they're important to each other. When you put people before the face of climate protection, why we should protect the water, it gives more weight to our fight. It gives us something to fight with, because if not for the people, then for who? Looking at the impact of climate change on human health, it's directly related. You know, you got heat deserts, you got not heat deserts, heat islands. Correct me, folks, because you know lots of you fight for that. You're like, what is she talking about? A heat desert, a food desert, but we have those. It impacts the water, sea levels rising, flooding, every single thing. And it directly goes back to who? People, human impact. But I'll tell you, it's hard to broach that conversation because some people don't even know what environmental justice involves, or environmental racism. I'm saying the lines aren't drawn, and the redlining that has occurred is not coincidental. If you go to any town in Georgia or anywhere else, you can check the railroad tracks at a certain side of town, the north or the south side of town, and you will notice that there are more smokestacks. But then at the same time, you will have some people who were fighting for climate protection who will never broach the conversation of environmental justice. And why? Why is it taboo? Why is it a problem? Because then you start talking about the least of these, the most vulnerable in our community, Black and brown folks, people who live in poverty, the others. This is all of our fights. And I think when we change, like I said, when you change the way you look at things, the things you look at, when you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. We got to look at things a little bit different. So when we're fighting, we know there's a lot of environmental justice money out there now. So it's some organizations who are like, say, we got to get some of that money. Let's go in here and change this mission statement or add this to our goals because we need that money. But it doesn't need to be just about the money. It's about protecting our climate and protecting our people and making sure that we keep the faces in the front, keep the faces in the front of the fight. Because if not that, it's going to be hard to win this fight. We've been crying that this climate protection hasn't been, and protecting the earth is not a new thing, but we're at a critical state where we can't step back, sit back, ignore, turn our heads anymore. So if you turn your head to environmental justice, you've turned your head and turned your back on climate protection too, because it's for everybody. We have to get rid of NIMBY. What is it? Not in my backyard. Oh, I don't smell it. That's 20 miles away from me. Oh, that's on the other side of town. I never smell that stuff. Well, your neighbor is. The person in the next state is. So that's a reason for concern. But most of all, it's killing our climate, because if it's killing people, it's killing our climate. And we cannot turn our heads anymore. If not, you're really not trying to protect the climate. I'm here to tell you, I'm sorry, maybe you hadn't thought about it before. Maybe you need to rethink your ideology and your theories and things that you think about and how you do business. But if we're not fighting to protect people, we're not fighting to protect the climate. They are one and the same. Now let that marinate. Sit with that. So I'm gonna just, shucks. I don't know if y'all seen this book. It's the Intersectional Environmentalist by Leah Thompson. We can't save the planet without uplifting the voices of its people, especially those most often unheard. I come to you with Dogwood Alliance today, but I also come to you, it's hard to stand here in one place, but I also come to you as a frontline community member. My hometown of Adel, Georgia has been impacted. You'll hear a little bit about our fights later, but I'm saying it's one thing when we go fight for communities like Gloucester, Mississippi, that is being poisoned right now as we speak, because the industry, the wood pellet industry, is over polluting. Drax has been for years. And they're being poisoned in plain sight. That's the current urgency of now. That's the issue. Clean air and water is a human right. It's a civil right. But when we turn our heads on and it's not a part of our mission, it's a problem. I've sat in groups with other environmental groups that won't take on the fight of environmental justice. We talked about things and they say, well, we're going to push this forward. But we're not really going to push that. I'm sick of that. I'm sick of it, but it happens. We should be fighting for everybody. If you're an environmental organization and you purport to be for climate protection, you should also be looking at environmental justice communities, or you're undermining your fight. Those communities suffer most. Pollution, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Okay. And if there's pollution anywhere means pollution everywhere, because we're all going to pay the price at the end of the day. I don't know how I can be excluded from the issue in Atlanta with if there's pollution here. I'm also subject to the outcome of that in deep South Georgia. So as someone in Washington, D.C., because it's all of our jobs. So when will we start looking at this as a whole? It's very concerning that I hear people, they will go to bats for a tree. I'm saying, no, we fight for trees too. They will go to bat for the water. But when it comes to fighting for people, we're not so apt to jump on that fight, especially when we, because when people start talking about it, environmental racism, which lines up with environmental justice, that's kind of taboo. Like, I don't know if I want to stick my neck out there. But what are you willing to stick your neck out for? If the climate is important to you, the people who suffer the most should also be important, because we're also fighting the climate when we fight for those people. I don't know how many times I can say that. I'm not going to say it much more, but it's something for us to think about. In your organization, how many times have you looked at the communities that are most impacted? Those Black and brown communities, those communities of color, who always bear the brunt, but we all pay the price in the end. So look at that. Go back and talk about this later. Talk about how you can change some things. And why aren't you? Are you afraid to put those faces forward so that we can fight a little harder, a little stronger? It adds the substance to our fight, because if we're not fighting for people, why are we fighting for the planet in the first place? All right. Well, I will say this. I went to the EJ Summit. Anybody here went to the Environmental Justice Summit last week? Yeah, that was a different type of, that was different. It was very different. It was unchained, it was unleashed, it was, it looked very different. I'm going to tell you, in lots of spaces that I go in with environmental organizations and groups and conferences, I don't see many people look like me. I don't. And we're most heavily impacted by climate change and environmental justice, pollution. Usually next door to us is usually the industry next door, but I don't see us in those spaces oftentimes. And I'm like, wow, wow, this is not good. I need to see more people that are impacted. And so at this summit, it was a total flip. Okay, there was majority individuals of color here fighting with their stories. I'm saying from anybody from earth scientists to, oh my goodness, it was sponsored by the Harambe House. It was amazing to hear the voices on the front end. And it was just a total opposite from every conference I've been to in the state of Georgia in the past year. And I was concerned. So I'm like, if it's only happening in this space, that's a problem, because we're talking most strongly about things that we're experiencing. But how is that different from individuals who want to save the planet, who fight for climate change and fight for climate protection, and yet I didn't hear environmental justice to the extreme that I've heard it at that summit. So it was inspirational, it was powerful, it was important. And if you weren't there, you missed something. I'm saying try to be there next year when they have it. But at the same time, we need to start integrating that conversation. And I guess maybe you don't know what you don't know if you don't know it's that important and how connected and how it intersects. That's critical. Exactly. And I'm glad that you mentioned that, because I'll tell you this, I didn't even know that conference. We've been planning this conference for over 6, 7, 8 months. We didn't find out about that conference until, what was it, April? Yeah. It wasn't heavily advertised. So, oh yes, I thought about that we could have had one conference. So we will be coordinating with those individuals, because, and that's later in one of the later sessions, we're going to talk about that. But that's all I have. If we're fighting for the planet, we have to fight for the people. Put the faces forward, and that's how we win. If anybody has any question, I'm open. I'm finished a little bit early, so that's good. But I told you to be short and sweet. It doesn't take all that to get to that point. Go ahead, ma'am. Okay, well, could you repeat your, I think I'm going to repeat the question. She asked about how mass timber, she's a general contractor for a mass timber company. And so how can it be done in a way that, because they work on sustainability, how can it be done in a way that it doesn't cause negative impacts to communities? Well, I'm gonna stand down on my approach to mass timber, being working for an organization that wants to keep the trees standing. So I'll just answer your question based on that piece about how you find out whether it's going to impact the community. I would say that the best thing would be to involve that community. Look at how is it going to impact their health. Also engage them in the process, which is justice in itself. If you're coming into that community, you should be talking to those people. I'm not talking about talking to the mayor, talking to city council. I'm talking about going down to the church, go down to that neighborhood, let people know what's going on. That's true justice. And that's when you really find out what's going on. And then look at how other industries similar that have impacted communities like that. Because it's very critical. What happens to the water? people playing outside, traffic, truck traffic, things like that, as you stated. I hope that gave you a little bit of what you might be looking for. I don't have a complete answer. Yes, sir.
Hold on. Ooh, we got mics.
Thank you so much, Brooke. I'm Henry Slack with Citizens Climate Lobby, and it strikes me we have a secular religion in the South. Kirby Smart is one of the high priests, you know, the Atlanta Falcons and so on. And so I didn't know if any outreach had been done through the gods of football that could help us on, you know, protecting children's health and everything.
I think that's important. I haven't as an individual or within our organization, but I think, and there might be organizations in the room who have reached out to MVPs, famous folks, people who can move things in the state. I know that I've not personally, but I think that's a great strategy for using those resources and the people around us to make change. So thank you for that. I'm gonna write that down.
We have some seats up here if anyone needs to sit down, by the way. I know you can't see, but a little bit.
I am working child of community champion. I also serve on the announcing and people advisory. And we're also here with Central Day. I want to know, because I've been doing this a long time myself, but how do we get more people of color engaged, and how do we lift their voices up? Because I think you spoke on something very important. There's a lot of funding coming to Georgia, and people who are going to get it don't look like us. And when you get things and come in the community and try to work with us, we're not going to trust you because we haven't seen you before. So how do we lift individuals up in our community to share their story, share their community needs, and possibly go for these resources themselves, not trying to take nobody out. But I know we work better with people who know and we see and trust.
All right, great question. I would say first, because that's a very, there's not one answer to that. But I will say that it's going to come through partnerships and collaboration and big time education, because just on the IRA and all those other, all that other funding that came down, that was actually should have been directed to those communities, vulnerable communities. They never knew about the money and it didn't come to them. It didn't fix their roads. It didn't fix their the infrastructure for water. It didn't do any of those things because they didn't know and nobody told them. So they just wrote it as something else. So it's going to come through us partnering with organizations who do have connection in the community or have an interest in order to get that word out, because education is so huge. I can't say it enough, you know, even with small local issues, just educating people. Education and partnerships will be the answer. Collaborating with other groups who can come in, join forces with you or the community to get in there. You know, you have organizations like GIPL, even social justice organizations. I think sometimes we leave social justice organizations out of the work of the environment. They matter too, and they care about the environment too, because they're working for people on social justice issues. So I think if we bring them in, some of them are already in the communities and we just don't know it. But if we get with them, we could build that trust and talk about the things that people are concerned about.
Think about the fact that the Blank Foundation has kind of switched gears to social justice. So I think that would be a great organization to help lift up what we're trying to do here in the city of Atlanta and around the world.
Exactly, because when you save the people, you save the planet.
All right, we're after the Blank Foundation after this. I like this. Let's go big or go home. Sorry. Oh, Treva, one thing. So first off, if you have a question in the room, please raise your hand so we can get you the mic. I'm going to repeat this question from online. From a great person online asked, what is the best way to encourage diverse populations to go into careers in environment and environmental justice?
Okay. That kind of goes to the STEM piece as well, introducing them. When we had Dr. Paget from Tennessee State University, who was at the EJ Summit last week, there were multiple scientists of color, giving them that exposure, connecting them to those individuals who are out there. But I would say giving them exposure to STEM. And also, I'm going to tell you this, in our school systems, earth science and environmental science are not necessarily lifted up as they should be. And as a former high school educator, I'll tell you that sometimes the people end up being stuck with teaching environmental sciences, earth science, and, well, specifically earth environmental, and they don't really care that much about the environment. They care, but they don't know that they care. Oh my gosh, I just pressed some buttons. But yeah, they don't know, they're not major advocates of the environment. So they're teaching this class and they're just teaching it as a class. You got to get through this. This is an elective and move on. And that's another problem. So I think the STEM piece, and then making sure in our schools that environmental science is important. Yes, ma'am.
Hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Look at Brooke.
And then I
running
think there was a
heels.
question. Did you have a question in that?
So I had volunteered with an environmental justice organization years ago, and the woman who's president, Ms. Faye Bush, taught me that exactly what you said, that when communities of people of color where there is a lot of industry, when those people are supported and those issues are addressed, the environment gets better for everyone in the whole community. But my question is, I thought that the IRA funding required that certain amount of funding goes to communities of color where they're most impacted. I didn't think that people had to like go and ask for it. Could you educate me about that? I mean, I'm just kind of shocked.
Well, I'll tell you what I do know. And if there's somebody in the room that's like a elected official or something that has more knowledge on that, hey, I'll pass to you. But based on what I know and what I read, and Representative Evans, if you have something to add, it is there. But in some advocacy groups that are grassroots that I've worked in, they're telling us, hey, this is where your money is. You need to go here and look here. You need to go and, do open records requests and do these things to find out where this money is and where it's being assigned to be used in your community. You have to go after this money, because they're not telling us because they don't know, and then they'll say they did something. And that's the problem. I don't think there's necessarily teeth in it, that if you don't use it or if you don't engage the community, I think they were given the money but not told how to actually get that money passed out. You have a comment to that? Please go ahead. Yes, you may.
Oh, you need a mic. Oh.
Morning, everyone. First, I'll say why we're here, and I have another team member here. I'm here both personally and professionally. I grew up in Cancer Alley in Louisiana, and that's the region of Louisiana that starts from New Orleans and goes 20 parishes, counties to you all, to where I live. It's one of the worst places of air quality because it's been so heavily polluted by the petrochemical company for generations. And we have higher incidence of cancer and all sorts of other diseases and health disparities. So it's something that's close to my heart and unfortunately embedded in my genetic code at this point. But to speak to what you just shared in terms of the funding, yes, you're right. Equity, environmental justice, and a lot of times they'll shortchange it and say EJ. I specifically say environmental justice because what I want people to focus on is what is just. Don't so much be concerned about Justice 40. If you just concentrate and focus on what is just, would you want this happening to your family? Then you can do the right thing. One of the things that was troubling to me before the funding was released is how they started to change the definition of disadvantaged communities. And we have to pay attention to that and be part of these discussions early, because it means the people who have been impacted for so long, for generations. It's not that we don't want everyone to get fair treatment, but but then we get pushed further and further and further to the back of the line. And I think that's what has happened. The funding where there is those particular earmarks that says that 40%, and that's through Justice 40, that's only in certain portions of that money. But then there's little discussion about whether it goes to people who are people of color, because the definition for disadvantage has been broadened greatly. And let's be clear, there's never been any legislation, whether Black and brown people have died for it, that has only benefited Black and brown people. It has always benefited all people. All people. And the data bears that it benefits other groups at a greater proportion. So that's just the fact. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're gonna have to stop questions for now. I'm so sorry. This is a really engaging conversation that we're definitely gonna have time to continue more in our later sessions. But for purposes of staying on schedule, I think we will start our 10-minute break and reconvene. Let me just make sure what time it is. It's 10 o'clock now. Reconvene at 10:10 to start our panel discussion. Thank you, and let's give Treva a round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you for the questions.
All right. Yeah. Look at you.
Oh, did I set up your,
How do we switch to Grace? Somebody told me that Melanie's talk was not in there, but it actually was. Grace, are you able to hear us?
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna make sure we can test your audio in the room.
Okay.
All right, Grace, say something.
Grace, could you say something? We'll test your audio.
Yeah. Testing, testing. 1, 2,
Perfect.
3.
Perfect. Okay, I think we're good. So when we start, we'll make sure you have co-host and can share your slides.
Super.
I gotta do it on my. Cool. And then oops.
She'll share hers.
And then EPD, this one, Hercules.
Mhm.
And what else do we need? Science for Georgia. I'm just opening all this crap. Yeah. Hold on. Got a grant for that, so I'm gonna remind him. We're talking about that. They're all off right now. Oh, they're right now. Yeah, it's that.
Okay, everyone, let's go ahead and try and find our seats again and we'll get started. So how do we make this go? Oh, there we go.
Okay. I just hit escape.
Yeah, that's fine. Is this Grace?
Yeah.
This is Grace? Okay. She's sharing her screen. Okay.
I can't see them.
Yeah. There should be like better. Wait. Yeah, that's what I thought it would do. We can do.
We need to, I think, advance for slides.
Hey, how do we make this go on there?
She's projecting from Zoom.
So this is what we want to see on the big one.
So we've extended the screen.
Perfect. That's what I was trying to do.
Look behind you while you're clicking around.
Yes.
Sweet.
So,
Okay, we
yeah,
can
it's
see.
just now it's on here.
Can we make that full?
It is.
Oh, it is.
Mhm.
Okay. I think it's good, though. Right?
Mhm.
Yeah, it's good. It's big. So- View options. This is Grace's Zoom. So if people can see it here and people can see it online, then we're good.
All right.
Okay, great. Okay, everybody, we're going to go ahead and get started with our next session. This session is all about resources. We have two big goals today. One is that we want to share resources and make sure that people in the room know about some of the resources that are available through our federal partners at Emory University. And we're talking about funding. We're talking about training opportunities. We're talking about technical assistance, things of that nature. And I just want to highlight too that this is the tip of the iceberg, and that most of the resources are the people in the room and the organizations they represent. And part of what we're doing here too is sharing resources, and then we are coalition building. And when you build coalitions, that resource sharing happens much more fluidly. It's so nice to be able to do this in person and not on Zoom with everyone. Part of that networking that we want to do that goes hand in hand with resources and resource sharing just happened. I just met. Yeah.
You forgot to introduce yourself.
Oh, okay. I'll introduce myself. Just met Lori Blank, who's walking around with these handouts. So she's got funding for environmental justice work. So that's a perfect example. And as Amy just mentioned, I didn't introduce myself. I'm Nathan Mudick. I'm the project manager for the Pediatric Environmental Health Specialty Unit. You heard from Dr. Philipsborn earlier. I'm also the center administrator for our Children's Environmental Health Research, Translation, and Combating Environmental Racism Center here at Emory. And so with that, I'm going to go ahead and introduce all of the speakers for this session right now, so we can just move through the speakers. We won't have time at the end of this for Q&A because we've got a lot to pack in, but the idea is that except for Dr. Grace On, who's zooming in from South Korea right now, everybody else is in the room, so you can talk to them later during the networking time if you have questions. So with that, our first speaker is Dr. Grace On, who is a co-director of our charter center that I just mentioned. She's also a faculty at the Grady College of Journalism and Mass Communication at UGA. Tami Thomas-Burton. Tami, if you could raise your hand. She will be presenting. She's one of our colleagues from EPA, an environmental health scientist that's been with EPA for at least 25 years, probably more by the time we updated the bio. She is their environmental justice coordinator for Region 4. Sue Casteel is a health educator and community coordinator at ATSDR. Also has been doing this work for a long time. Incredibly knowledgeable. Melanie Pearson, a friend and colleague, is here representing the HERCULES Exposome Research Center. Melanie directs their community engagement and outreach activities. and we'll be sharing a lot of the resources available through that center. And then Amy Sharma, Executive Director, wherever Amy went, of Science for Georgia, will be sharing some of their resources as well. These are, I just want to say this before I hand it off to Grace, these are all phenomenal individuals who are incredibly invested in making a difference in people's lives. And so it really is an honor to be able to introduce them. And I hope that each of you walks away from this session with an idea of how you can use some of the resources that they're going to share with you to move your work forward. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Grace On, who will be co-presenting, with Haley Hatfield. Okay, take it away, Grace.
Hey, so everybody is able to hear me?
We can hear you.
Super, super. It's wonderful to be able to present virtually. I'm really sorry that I can't be there in person, but I happen to be in South Korea at this time. It is after 11 p.m. at the moment, so a little late. But I wanted to share a little bit about what we've been doing at the Charter Center. And introduce you to some of the resources that I'll present. Haley is there for me in person so that she can field some of the questions if you have any need to communicate with us after this presentation. So I wanted to cover some of our activities, not just to show you what we've been doing with our community partners, but also to introduce you to what is available through the Charter Center. If you have any questions or are interested in being involved with the center, please feel free to reach out to either me or Nathan is there, or to Haley. The center is a collaborative effort between UGA and Emory. So Dr. Linda McCauley is the director of the center, and I am the deputy director, and also in charge of the translational core. And so we created this center in order to really translate the important scientific information that tends to be a bit dense and difficult to understand, especially within the realm of environmental health. A lot of these words are very, they're long, they're complicated. Some of the science is emerging and developing, and therefore very complicated to deliver in a way that is digestible. And so the Charter Center, in particular, the translational core of this center, is devoted to trying to get the scientific information in an understandable way so that we're able to deliver that to the people who need that information from us. And I am in particular a communication scholar, and what we try to focus on is how do you develop messages in a way that can be effectively delivered and also lead to behavior change. So what are some of the actionable plans that we can get from the scientific information, and what are some of the emerging technologies that we're able to leverage? And some of that I will share with you today. So for the translational core of the Charter Center, we have focused on a variety of different topical areas that have been communicated to us by our community partners. And some of the recent ones have been indoor environmental asthma triggers in partnership with the Region 4 PACU. And another one has been what we call as a prescription for prevention, but these are all topical areas that we feel are timely and important, that are directly related to the communities that are surrounding the PACU Region 4 areas. And so what we've done with our translational core team is to work with health literacy experts to create information and messages and make sure that they are understandable, easy to remember, and easy to become actionable plans. So not only are they information that are being delivered through these pamphlets and social media messages that I'll show you in a minute, but we also want these to be actionable plans so that you know what needs to be done and how to do it. And we've been leveraging in the past year social media expertise from the Grady College of Communication and Mass Communication, or Journalism and Mass Communication at UGA, and also virtual reality experiences that Haley is there to demonstrate for you. And we've been testing this out in a variety of different ways through field observations. We also plan to host some focus groups to see exactly what happens to that information once it leaves us. So say that we have things on social media, after it leaves our hands, does it actually get to the community and the community members that need this information, and what are they doing with it? Are we changing behaviors? Are we getting them to seek out more information? Are we getting them to be interested in the issues that we are presenting to them? So these are some of the things that we find are measurable, and we're going to be tracking this over time. So to get into a little bit more detail, we've been working with a community partner, the CBWW, the Center for Black and Women's Wellness. And we've been developing some social media campaigns in order for us to create messages in a timely manner and to increase the reach of these messages by leveraging Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. And we've been working closely with them to create a brand, a unique and a unified brand template, a package. And you can see some of that in the upper right corner of our slide. So not only are we creating social media messages, but we are trying to create a brand underneath charter, so that when people are watching these, or when people are getting exposed to these messages, there is a unified brand identity. And that identity is important because a lot of times it's really difficult to know exactly what sort of information can be trusted, or there's a lot of misinformation that is floating out there. So our goal is to create a brand identity that is trusted with the community members. So we've been creating and training social media interns, and really building on what Nathan and his team had prior to the Charter Center. And so the account that they've been developing in the past few years has been the Know Better, Live Better Atlanta. And underneath that account, they've been creating some level of environmental health information that was being translated and delivered to the community members via social media. So now we want to revamp and build on what they already have, so that we're able to use and leverage their existing resources. So it's been about 2 months or so since our interns have created our brand kit, received community partner feedback, so that we are able to loop their opinions and thoughts into the entire process. We're also using some of the content that they've worked with the community partners to create these social media posts, so that we're able to deliver expert information that has been scientifically validated. And so the idea behind the social media posts are to create messages that are easily understood and shareable with a wider audience. And here, let me show you some of the examples that we've been posting in the past few weeks. If you are able to follow us on social media, if you're on Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter, you can search under the tag, the ID KBLBATL, and you should be able to follow us throughout some of our more recent social media efforts. The most recent one being promoting the Environmental Justice Conference for this event today. We've also had lead paint be a particular topic of interest, and walk people through some of the symptoms of lead poisoning, what they need to look out, lead in paint. When you find something of concern, what are some of the contact numbers that you can call for, some of the tips to help you clean through your home when you are finding lead in your home. So there's been a lot of back and forth between our social media design team, the community partners, so CBWW, also our health literacy experts, to make sure that all of this is validated information, it's understood, it is shareable, and it's actionable. And so some of these posts have been going up in the past couple of weeks, and we are more than we're more than happy to talk with you if you are in search of some social media design expertise that we have, and we would love to work with you on this. So please feel free to reach out to us. If you scan the QR code in the bottom left corner, you should be able to pull up all of these social media accounts as well. We've also been using some of the content from what we call is the Prescription for Prevention pamphlets that were originally developed in tandem with our community partners, the Center for Black Women's Wellness. And we've transitioned and translated the pamphlet materials into something that's a little bit more up to date, and it has images, has the color palette under our brand identity, and is again easier to understand because we've been able to embed things like, well, do you really know how to do an at-home lead paint test? It sounds simple, but it's much easier when you have video feed and information to follow through. So we've been able to embed exact step-by-step routines and manuals, protocols to get people through exactly what they need to do if they're concerned and what are some of the actionable plans. We're also conducting a systematic literature review to really understand what environmental justice is. So there's a lot of discussion on exactly and how to conceptualize environmental justice. And so our goal is to try to be able to go through the scientific information that has been around for the past several decades and to really try to settle on defining what is environmental justice, what is environmental racism, particularly focusing on the PESU Region 4 areas. What are some of the main causes and how is it impacting our children, and what are some of the things that we need to be concerned about? And so that process has been going on with initially over 3,000 studies. So over 3,500 studies were initially screened. And we've been able to slowly but consistently whittle it down to about 800 studies where we still need to review this, to go through the papers to see what we can call. And our hope is to be able to create a white paper so that we can share this with the rest of the community partners to help them understand what are some of the environmental racism and justice issues. What are the major causes? What are some of the areas of concern? So please stay tuned as we go through this. And we've been really active in the past year trying to do some outreach activities so that people are aware of some of the center activities and the center messages and the the virtual reality experiences that we've been working on. Haley in particular, who is in the room with you, has been very busy in all of these outreach activities. You can probably see her in almost all of these photos. So her and Nathan have been going out to the communities and especially K through 12 school sites and partnering with several of our community partners to try to get the message out back into the community. And so that's sort of our main goal, rather than just keeping it within the realms of the scientific community. We want the scientific information to be translated into the people who really need to know about this. And so what we learned from a lot of these experiences are that usually you'll find that children don't really like science, and they'll say to us that they don't like science, but they are more than excited to come to us when we have virtual reality equipment and social media, and they enjoy it and learn a lot of the scientific information that we want to deliver to them, and they'll still tell us that they don't like science, but this one was great. And so you can see that we're getting a lot of engagement. That's exactly what we want. And I wanted to toss this over to Haley for just a few minutes so that she can introduce you to one of her more recent virtual reality experiences. We're super excited to launch this, and she'll show you maybe a 30-second clip on what what people are seeing in these headsets. So go ahead and take it away.
Hi, I'm Haley. I'm a current PhD student at UGA working with Dr. On. But our current VR developments, we're looking at seeking to increase an awareness and understanding of how structural racism impacts environmental health inequities. A lot of previous VR research, in particular dealing with racism, focuses more on embodiment. And we find that that just doesn't really work. When you have a white person embody a Black avatar, they don't really fundamentally understand the structural racism tied to it. And so we're looking at it larger to tie into more the critical historical perspective. And for example, discriminatory housing policies such as redlining and how over time that has influenced health disparities. And so by doing that, we're hoping to grow the critical historical knowledge within communities, and VR creates a really unique tool to do time traveling, and that's how we are working on doing that, and just to try to cultivate this shared understanding of structural racism. And we have a brief clip where we're looking at you're coming into a home as a potential gentrifier, and you're, rather than trying to do these heavily emotional invoking scenarios, you're just making a cup of tea with a new neighbor. And as you're going through this process, you're doing very mundane everyday tasks, but along the way, you're going back in time, but then experiencing how this neighborhood has changed as you're doing these tasks. And so we have a brief clip, but I also have it set up outside for anyone who wants to demo it later over lunch. I don't have it. Grace, can you? Okay.
All right, so does everybody see that? Okay.
When I was 10 years old, my dad would talk about the neighborhood being called undesirable, some discriminatory housing policy called redlining. Do you see that big factory right outside the window? The dirty air made it hard to play outside as a kid.
The State Highway Patrol began moving in on the marchers as they approached the entrance to the state landfill.
So very brief, but it's a much longer experience. It's about 7 minutes to get through the whole thing, but it touches on all these different historical events. And right now it's very general and broad, but we're hoping that we can start taking it in very specific directions once we start pilot testing. Do you have anything to add, I guess, Dr. John?
No, but there is a demo that Haley will be launching during launch. And so I definitely would invite you to try this out for yourself. It's a really immersive experience walking you through essentially a woman's life from when she was 10 all the way until when she is 60. So you get to sort of go through her story, embody it, and really be in that same room with her as she's sort of taking you through her entire life experiences. The biggest advantage that we have as a center is that we're able to create all of these experiences in-house. So when you have feedback after you've experienced this during the lunch, we would love to be able to integrate that, and we can make revisions as necessary. So if you have anything to communicate to us after you've gone through this in person, we would love to hear from you. And we've also been working hard on creating some cross-center collaborations. One of these examples would be with the Oregon State University's Aspire Center. And we were able to hook up the center with one of our social media health campaigns class offered at UGA. And about 20 students were divided into 2 teams and came up with a social media campaign for air quality and pollution in the Oregon area. All the students had focus groups with school administrators, teachers, coaches. They were able to really create a communication packet that the Oregon State University's Aspire Center is able to use as needed. They were able to create handbooks, and they had final presentations later in May or earlier in May. And we hope to be able to offer this opportunity to expand to other centers or organizations. If you need a communication strategy or social media campaigns built for your organization, we would love to be able to talk to you and work with you on that.
Grace, sorry to interrupt you. We've got about a minute left before we have to get to the next speaker. Sorry.
Okay, super. So I'm going to jump to the last slide to try to give you some more information on resources by the center. We have 2 different pilot grants made available through the center. One is through our translational core, and it is a $5,000 to help you launch your project. So if you have a project idea that is related to, again, translating the scientific finding and putting it back into the hands of community members, you can use the $5,000 to help you plan, to gather resources, to tap into expertise that you need. It's just a 2-page Google form that you'll need to fill out. You can reach out back to Haley or Nathan or any one of us from Charter for the link to this pilot grant. We also have a $15,000 RISE grant offered through our developmental core. And this one is to help you partner with a scientist at either UGA or at Emory to analyze some of the environmental health data that you may want to make sense of. And so we should be able to partner you with the expertise that you need and to help you get a better idea of some of the more complicated data that you might have access to. And that is it for me. Thank you very much.
Awesome. And then we share our screen. It's okay. We're EPA.
This one right here?
Yes. Great. And then how do I click in? 1 second. On Zoom, we need to share this screen again. Yeah, so and there. And then screen 2, yeah. Okay, and then, yeah, I'll just present. Perfect. You can just click or scroll either way.
This one here, this clip. Okay.
Yeah, so you use the keys.
Choose this one here. Okay.
Is it okay?
Yep, that's great. Thank you. Well, good morning. Is everybody up? You have coffee and donut? Are there donuts? I didn't get any donuts. I steered way of that, but good morning again. I'm Tami Thomas-Burton, and I am with the EPA here in Region 4, Atlanta, Georgia. I'm happy. Thank you for the invitation to come and share on our EJ resources, environmental justice resources. I heard a lot of discussion earlier about how do we get those fundings and how do we engage community-wise, and I'm going to talk a little bit about all of that. Okay, I may skip a couple of slides because some of our funding packages have closed. However, I want you to have the information because those same funding packages are going to come around in the early part of 2024. And usually it takes, some of our community organizations to begin planning now, 6 months in advance, to get your, teams together, to your writing teams together to get some of that funding. So we're going to, I hope by the end of this today, you will be able to take away this information and share it with someone else. We are trying to exponentially grow and pass on this message because we need folks to get the funding. And I heard that earlier. Dr. Greer said, and I fully support her. She said that while we keep this funding in mind, keep the people in mind. So as you think about what you're doing, you know, be intentional about thinking about the people, how what I'm doing, the folks that I'm pulling together, how it's going to impact this world. And that's what it's about. So we're creating a momentum over these next 3 to 5 years. And hopefully, as we get through and build this momentum of an army of community-based organizations and partners out in the Southeast, you know, that momentum will continue, and we will build what we need to build and make sure, you know, and in the future, maybe we won't even have to say environmental injustice, right? Okay, so you ready? All right, let's go. And again, you'll have copies of this PowerPoint, so don't worry about all of the, you know, notes that you need to take. A lot of my links in the slides are clickable. They take you right to the funding source. So you want to, yay, she said, yay. So I'm trying to save you some steps. This is just sort of an outline of all of the funding packages, you know, what slides are on, so you can quickly get to information. I also want to acknowledge LaShawn Blakely. She is our EPA Children's Health Coordinator. Raise your hands so they can kind of swarm after you afterwards and and ask you a bunch of questions. All right. I've been with EPA for 25 years. I'm a public health trained scientist. Yay, MPHers. Yeah. Let's see, I've worked in Region 8, which is Denver, Colorado, for 13 years, and I've been in Region 4 for 12 years, going on 13. You're right, Nathan, it's got to update some things. But anyway, let's see, I'm originally from Chicago. I have 3 young adult daughters who I am trying to make husbands with one day. So, okay, come talk to me if you've got, anyway. Let's see, what else do you need to know about me? I think that's enough. EPA is in a unique funding position. Our budget for these grants have almost tripled. So we, you know, the water hose is running wide and long, which is great. Okay, let's start with our Tic Tacs. So these are, some of you may, this is an acronym, not, you know, it stands for Thriving Communities Technical Assistance Centers. And we have recently announced our Tic Tacs across the country. EPA has selected 17 organizations to run our technical assistance centers alongside 160 Tic Tac partners. We have 10 EPA regions and our headquarters office in DC. And now we have selected those locations. This was just announced, I don't know, about 3 weeks ago. The vision of these new centers is to be a one-stop shop technical assistance center for underserved communities, and it's free to the public. EPA envisions a hub and spoke structure at these centers to include technical assistance, training on and all environmental and energy related technical assistance needs in the community. The centers will be on an ongoing basis, in all 8 of our states, conducting needs assessments with various communities in those states to provide the appropriate resources that they want. So there'll be some things that we know already, we've heard from our communities. They want grant writing. You know, they want to learn how to set up a 501c3. They want to set up emergency preparedness in their communities, you know, on the coastal states. So we've heard a number of things, but we've got to, you know, find out more. We got to talk to folks face to face. So those centers will be doing that once they get open this summer. The program was funded by the bipartisan infrastructure law funding. Also, EPA has partnered with the Department of Energy, but we're also partnering with USDA, Department of Transportation, HUD, and other federal agencies for future funding of these Tic Tacs. Each recipient of the Tic Tac will receive $10 million at a $2 million per year over a 5-year grant cycle. Currently, EPA is processing the necessary grants
grant documents, with our grant office. So they're not up and running yet, but we do anticipate that they will be open for business this summer, August at the latest. Okay, so that's exciting. Stay tuned. Click on the website. I'm going to show you how to stay linked. We have a listserv, how you sign up for that so you don't miss an announcement. Okay, more about the Tic Tac. So we have in Region 4, we have 2. Some of our regions only got 1, but Region 4 got 2. We're so excited about that. Some of our other larger regions like California and Texas also received 2 Tic Tacs. So we're excited about our regions that have densely populated communities. Our first Tic Tac is Research Triangle Institute based in Durham, North Carolina. And they will be covering all 8 of our states in Region 4. And we also have the Deep South Center for Environmental Justice, which is based in New Orleans, Louisiana. And we're going to share them with Region 6. So they will cover a lot of our coastal states, the 4 and the 6. We've got a lot of impacts from our hurricanes occasionally. So we want to coordinate around that with our Gulf states. So we're excited about our 2 Tic Tacs. And if you were out the Southeast Conference last week, they were the Southeast Environmental Justice Conference. They were there, and people swarmed them like crazy, which is great. So they're excited and ready. Yes. Okay. Do I see some are you giving me like the 5-minute or? Oh, okay. RTI is in the house. All right. Thank you for being here. Yes. Okay. So let's see, how will EPA be working with our centers? As I mentioned earlier, we have that hub and spoke model. The hub is the Tic Tac center, right? And the spokes are their partners. So each Tic Tac will have a different approach as how they, they disseminate the information to their communities. It's going to be different in the West than it is here in the South, okay? But we know what works for us because we're going to constantly get feedback from our community partners. I mentioned earlier, we'll have grant writing, whatever the community wants. We want to make sure that we have interpreters at these services as well, so that if we have limited English speaking participants, each Tic Tac must have that capability as well. So we want to make sure we're including everyone. And okay, that's enough on our Tic Tacs. Let's move on to some of the grants. Okay, these next 2 slides, the grants are closed. But again, I want you to have this information. Many of you are familiar with our collaborative problem solving grants, and this will come around again. We actually are in the process of selecting and reviewing the proposals that were submitted in this last round. So there's a whole process that has to be in place in order for us, first the solicitation, then we get back and you have to make threshold review, and then we start reviewing those proposals, we rank them, and then we select them, and then we announce them, and then, down the road, we give the recipients a little time to get their project started. So there's a whole process, but we're glad we have a rhythm and we know how that's going to go. But look at the collaborative problem solving grants. You see there's a nice hefty amount of funding that goes with that. We have 2 levels of funding. We've got the large money, $500K, and then we got $150K. So you can go for either of those packages. This is another one, the G2G, our government to government. This is also closed, but it's going to come around again in 2024, early part, usually around February-ish. Okay, so just keep that in mind. And these used to be called our SEDGCA grants, the State Environmental Justice, Cooperative Agreement grants. But now we call them the G2G. And there's some new features to this, new considerations. So, and they're all great. We have made these grants a lot more flexible, where you must now include a community-based organization. In our past grants, we just kind of lightly said that, but now it's a requirement. If you don't have a community-based organization that you've partnered with, and when you're a partner, that means that you're probably getting paid, right? Because you should be on that budget line if you're a partner. So we're making that a requirement now. That's a huge change from the past. So that's a good thing. Okay. This slide, we've got a few on here. Oh, yep. So everything on here is kind of past, but I want to talk about our climate justice block grant program. So it's in development. We had an RFI, which is called a request of information opportunity, back that closed on April 10th. However, we just had another engagement opportunity yesterday. So if you didn't make it, you missed it, but it's okay. We want to show you how we are moving forward. When we develop these new grant packages, we want feedback from our audiences and our communities. We do not want to write them just EPA staff, okay? We want this to be a collaborative effort. So we're doing that these days. Let's see, what else do I want to say? This program is also being funded by IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, to provide financial and technical assistance to carry out environmental and climate justice activities to benefit underserved and overburdened communities. So again, for this one, now that the comment periods have passed, they're going to be developing the grant program. So please, when I'm going to show you a slide where you sign up for the EJ listserv, you'll receive funding about this funding package when it comes out. Now, I don't have the timeline estimate on this. When they plan to, firm this up and get it out, you'll have to get on the EJ listserv because I'll be watching and communicating with my headquarters counterparts as well. But it's in the pipe. So this is exciting. We haven't had a grant program like this, but now we do because we have the funding to support. Okay, let's talk about we have another new EJ funding program. It's called the EJ Environmental Justice Thriving Communities Grant Makers Program. Now, this solicitation is currently open through June 30th. And so that's roughly 3 weeks. You still have time. And the funding amount is $550 million nationally. And we plan to select 11 organizations. So again, we have 10 regions and 1 headquarters office. Each one will get one. And the grant maker that is selected will design competitive applications and submission processes, award environmental justice subgrants, implement and track the reporting system, and provide resources to support communities. So many of you are familiar with our small EJ grants program we used to have. Now this is going to fall under this program. So many of you are familiar with that program, and the funding is, the way to say this is, so we're looking for the grant makers first. We used to run this program, EPA. Now we're going to allow another entity to run the program. But what's going to fall under that program is the small EJ grants. So this entity, whoever selected for our region, will distribute the funding to our small EJ grants. Okay, so another little tip. In the meanwhile, while we get this program up and running, start thinking about your proposals for the small EJ grants, because this entity is going to give you, the funding for that, right? And we'll be working side by side with them as well. So that's good, very good news. Let's see, what else do I want to say about? We have, some of the 2 packages that I mentioned earlier, the CPS and the G2G, if you're interested in going after those or any of these, when you click on our website in the links on the slide, you'll see past projects. Okay. It's a very smart thing to do, to go and look at those past projects, what was funded. You can repeat those projects in your in your region, in your city, in your town. So we want you to look at those. One idea sparks the next. We encourage you to do that. Look at the past projects, and we've got years. It's not just 1 year, we've got years. So take a look. Okay, let's see what else. Okay, we've got one package on here still open. These 2 packages that I have on here, close and close, these may not come around again. This isn't our program directly. This is the P2 program. So I'm not going to promise that those will come around, but it's still good for you to see. The one that is still open, the pollution prevention grants through EJ, through safer and more sustainable projects. Let's see, this funding is usually, individual grant awards may range from 100K to 800,000, or up to 1.2 million for multi-state or multi-tribal projects. So please visit the website. Okay, you've got to dig in. All right. Okay, I want to talk about I can't leave here without talking about our CUP program, our college underserved community partnership program. So our CUP leader, Jeannie Williamson, she's not here today, but she said, Tami, please add my slide. So here I am. We have this amazing program that she's leading. The CUP program enlists colleges and universities with appropriate programs to assist underserved communities in the Southeast with vital technical support through student class work, internships, and capstone projects. Students work on a range of plans and projects that help communities gain access to resources that can improve the economic future and overall quality of life for the community. At the same time, the CUP provides practical experience for participating students in their areas of academic study. The students generally receive academic credit for their efforts, and the community receives the benefit as well at no cost to them. So we have currently 30 schools participating in the CUP program in the Southeast. And a few examples include some of the work that they're doing. We've got some students building websites for rural communities in Mississippi. We have students analyzing soil quality and water absorption for community gardens in South Carolina. We have students that are completing grant applications. So you can get some assistance there, right? For communities affected by hurricanes in Florida, you can get students. We had students assist prior to one of our announcements coming out. We got a group of students together to help a community down in Africatown, Alabama, to apply for some funding, you know, in their proposal writing. We can't do that, but students can, right? So they did that for their CPS grant that we're reviewing now. So our CUP, I mean, there's a number of things. We flew in some students from Puerto Rico to assist with language on a Superfund site. I mean, it can be anything. We had students create some innovative technology. They had a contest. We have some wastewater issues and clay issues in Selma, Alabama, you know, so what are the creative innovations, technology? You can do all kinds of things, but we got to connect with Jeannie, right? She's got 30 schools, so let's make it 60 schools. How about that? Starting with Emory. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. Let's make that happen. Okay. Let's see, what else do I have? I'm at my almost last slide. I saw the 5 minute. 2 minutes. Oh, okay. I can do it, I think. So these are just other ways for you to engage and, you know, really meaningfully engage as it outlines in the executive order for environmental justice, right? These, you can attend our WEJAC meetings. There's a WEJAC meeting happening right now on the third day. They're on their third day. And then we have our NEJAC and our WEJAC. So this meeting is happening now. This is just a way for you to to verbalize your issues in your city, in your state, across the country. And you can also hear, this is the entire country that's speaking on this call. So you can hear some of the issues that are going on in other geographies outside of Region 4. So great place to voice your opinion. I mean, we've heard everything, and we want to hear everything so we can do a better job. And it's not just EPA. NEJAC informs EPA, and the WEJAC was newly formed under the Biden administration to inform all federal agencies. Okay, so this is a very good thing. So plug in, register when you can. And then this last slide, because I still have 2 minutes left. No, okay, 1 minute. We have our EJ listserv. All you have to do is send a blank email to that you know, listed, the join-EPA one. And we also have, you can scan this QR code and you can get a list of all of the EJ coordinators like myself and managers across the country. If you need to contact someone in another region, that information is there. We have our EJ hotline where you can post, you can call. We want to hear if something's happening at midnight in your community. Pick up the phone, just don't sit there and complain and say, I can't, you know, pick up the phone at the same time and call a hotline, okay? We want to hear from you. Let's see, what else? We have, you've heard of EJ Screen, our tools. If you're not familiar, click on that link. We have some training there. You can also contact me and I can get you connected with some folks on training. And then we have our newest tool that was just released on May 31st, our Eco Clean Air Tracking Tool. And we also have the Echo Net Notify tool. These are tools that will allow you to, it's really about building transparency between the Clean Air Act data in our community. So this is a community-friendly tool. Get familiar with it. You have to go in and play around with it. There's a video, there's a training video associated with it as well. And I think I made it. Did I make it? Yes, I made it. So that's it. There's my contact information. I know you probably have a lot of questions. I'm going to stick around for about an hour because I've got another meeting to go to this afternoon, but I'd be happy to take your questions. Thank you. And I think we're up, right? Next speaker. Yeah. All right. Thank you. All right. Okay. Thank you.
Well, Nathan was. Yeah. You can just click.
And I just set the mouse to move forward. Well, good morning, everyone. I am Sue Casteel. I work for the Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry, ATSDR for short. We are a very small sister agency of CDC. And our focus is protecting people from exposure to hazardous materials in the environment. We were actually formed in 1980 under the Superfund law. The Superfund law is a law that was set up to clean up sites that had the most toxic chemicals in them in the United States. And our role under Superfund is to actually be sure that public health is being protected from exposures to hazardous substances in the environment. One of the ways that we achieve our goals is that we partner with federal, state, and local agencies, and we partner with communities and community groups like you represent. We cannot do our job well unless we're out in communities and we understand what your health concerns are and what environmental exposures you may be dealing with. So if we can better understand those, then we can work with you to figure out a way to protect you from those exposures until sites are cleaned up. That is our focus. We also write tox profiles. And if you want to know everything that we know about a chemical, you can read a tox profile. They're about an inch thick. They're very detailed, very scientific, but they have all the scientific information we know about chemicals right now. We also have something that we call a tox facts, which is a 2-page summary of what a chemical, how a chemical could harm your health. And we use those a lot in community settings because people want the condensed version of what's going to happen if I'm exposed to this chemical. How can it impact my health, my children's health? So we have these tox facts on our website. And if you just go to the ATSDR website, you can find all this information. At some sites, we actually conduct either exposure investigations where we study how people can be exposed to chemicals and how much of that chemical is getting into their body, or we may do full-blown epidemiological studies where we're actually trying to figure out and learn more about how environmental chemicals can impact your health. Right now we're working on an epidemiological study for the chemical PFAS. Have any of you seen these commercials on TV right now about Camp Lejeune and the PFAS? Okay, I see them all the time. And we're actually doing a study right now where we're trying to figure out how people's health may have been impacted when they were drinking water contaminated with PFAS. So we're looking at several communities where the public water supply was contaminated with PFAS, And we're trying to figure out if people living in these communities who were exposed to PFAS in their water have different health problems than other communities that were not exposed. We also maintain health registries. One of our bigger health registries is our ALS registry, or you commonly call the Lou Gehrig disease registry. And again, we're just looking at and following the people who have ALS and studying them to see if they have some common exposure that could have caused their ALS. Oh, I think I did the wrong thing. Let's see. Oops, sorry about that. Okay, so ATSDR has regional offices throughout the United States. We're located everywhere that EPA has an office because we work very, very closely with EPA. And EPA actually cleans up sites, cleans up the chemical contaminants at the sites. And our job at those sites is to be sure that your health and well-being is protected until the sites are cleaned up. Most of the people that work in regional offices are health professionals that have studied environmental health. My colleague Leanne Bing is here today as well. And she is one of our health assessors in our office. I'm our community involvement and health education person, but both of us have backgrounds in environmental health. We work very closely with EPA, with other federal agencies, state agencies, local agencies. And most important to me, we work, as I said before, with community members like you and with community groups so that we have an understanding of what's actually going on in your community and we know what your concerns are so we can help you address them. Oh, I'm doing it again. I keep trying to click. Sorry. This is a map of where we have regional offices. We're spread throughout the United States, and we also have an office in Washington, D.C. with EPA. Leanne and I are in Region 4, the little blue section. We cover 8 states in the Southeast United States. And what we do here is we are the liaisons that go out into the field with EPA or whomever we're working with, and we look to see if at a site that whether or not people can be exposed to hazardous chemicals that could harm their health. And one of the most important things I think we do is that we come out and we talk to communities. You'll hear me say this many times, but it's so important for us to be able to connect with you and to really identify what your concerns are, and then for you to have input into what we do to take actions to protect you from exposure to these chemicals. It's very, very important for us to understand what is going to work in your community. All communities are different. And when we recommend something to protect your health from a chemical exposure, we want to be sure that it's something that you can implement in your community. We also do a lot of emergency response work. How many of y'all have heard about the East Palestine train derailment on the news? Okay, well, we had a bunch of EPA staff, ATSDR staff there working with EPA and with our other partners trying to address the public health issues that were associated with this train derailment and the chemicals that were released into the environment there. We work on hurricanes, tornadoes, floods. We work on just about everything where some chemicals being released to the environment that could impact people's health. Let's see if I can get it right this time. Nope. Okay, here we go. We get involved in sites in several different ways. A lot of the times we are asked by one of our partners to help evaluate health effects of a site, like EPA or state or local health department. But we also get involved with sites through our petition process. And I'll talk a little bit more about that later, because petitions actually come from community members that are concerned about something going on in their community. But the bottom line is, no matter how we become involved, our mission is to protect public health and to be sure that your health is not being harmed by chemical exposures in the environment. We use the very best science that we have available to us to figure out how chemicals could harm your health. But this is one of the reasons that we do the exposure investigations and the EPI studies, because in some cases, we simply don't know how chemicals could harm people's health. These are chemicals that have been newly identified as being concerns for people being exposed to them and having health effects. So we are constantly learning more and more about these chemical exposures. And one thing that I have noticed working at ATSDR is that a lot of the sites that we work on are environmental justice sites. This is because a lot of factories are located very close to neighborhoods. And if they have a chemical release from the factory in the air, the water, whatever, then the chemicals can get into these neighborhoods and can impact people's health. At ATSDR, our environmental justice goal is for everyone to enjoy the same degree of protection from environmental and health hazards and have equal access to the decision-making process to live, learn, and work in a healthy environment. And if you go on the ATSDR website, we have a whole section about environmental justice, and we actually have an environmental justice tool you can use in your community to try to help you determine what you can do through our environmental justice program to protect people from chemical exposures. It's a great website, and I highly recommend you look at it. Okay, once we become involved in a site, there are several things that we do. The first thing we do is we try to gather all the data and all the information that's already out there about chemicals that might have been released from a facility, an industrial facility near where people are living. And we look at that data and we analyze it and we say, is there a chemical or many chemicals that are being released from this site that are getting into these residential areas? We need to know, because that way we can take steps to be sure to stop the process of the chemicals coming off site. The next thing we look at is, are chemicals coming off site at levels that could harm people's health? That's very important to us, because sometimes there may be a little bit of a chemical getting off site, but it's not at a level that would harm people's health. And what we've seen in a lot of sites is that sometimes we find what we call data gaps, where we don't have enough information or enough sampling results to really understand what's going on at a site. And so we may ask for one of our partners to do additional sampling. ATSDR is not set up to sample, but we can ask EPA or a state agency or whomever to say, can you go out and can you collect some more air samples or water samples or soil samples to see if there are contaminants in these samples that could be impacting people's health. I think I've already talked about the fact that we do EPI studies. But during this entire process, we work very closely with people in the community. I cannot tell you how much I have learned by talking to people in communities. A lot of times I will talk to people that may have worked at a site in the past, and they'll know where chemicals were dumped that I would not see in the paperwork that I normally see. I would maybe not see it in the sampling results I have, but it lets me know we need to look deeper. We need to fill this data gap. We need to go out there and be sure this area is sampled to see if there's something out there that could be dangerous. So, I've told you how ATSDR gets involved in sites. There's a whole lot of things we might do. We provide technical assistance. Importantly to communities, I think we provide health education and community involvement. And to me, this is so important because each community is unique. It's different. And if I can understand the community from talking to you, then I can figure out the best ways to provide health education and community involvement to you. One of the things that I have did at a site where I was working on several years ago was lead-free Sundays. I was working on a site where childhood lead poisoning was a big issue because all this contaminated soil had been dumped in people's yards and it contained high levels of lead. Well, we know that children that are exposed to lead can have some very, very serious health problems from it. They don't learn well. They don't focus well. They have a lot of attention deficit problems. And so we were working in this community, and I reached out to community members and I said, what is the very best way we can get information out to this community? Who are the community leaders that people will listen to? You know, I'm from the federal government. I don't know that they'll listen to me, but there are people in your community that people look up to and respect. And we decided that the churches in this particular community were very involved and very engaged with their community. So we did lead-free Sundays, where we actually had the ministers of the churches talk for 5 minutes about childhood lead poisoning and how important it was for people to get their yards tested for lead in soil. And they gave them information about childhood lead poisoning. And we saw this huge number of people who agreed to have their yards tested because of our lead-free Sunday. So we're always looking for programs like this where we can integrate into the community and get this information out in ways that will really make a difference in how people respond to getting their lead tested for soil or whatever else we're doing. Now, one thing I talked about earlier is ATSDR has a petition process, and this is really important because this is the way you as community members or community groups can ask us to come help you on a site. The petition process is actually online. If you Google ATSDR petition process, there's a form you fill out, and it lets us know that you think there's something going on in your community, that people are being exposed to some hazardous substance in the environment. And you ask us to come and evaluate it. And we do this based on how much information we have about the site. We don't always have enough information to do it, but it's a wonderful tool for communities because it raises our awareness of what's going on, and it lets us see if we need to do something above and beyond, like partnering with EPA or someone to come out and look at the site more thoroughly. I've already covered the public health assessment process, sort of, but basically when we work on the public health assessment process, we are coming out, we are looking to see what kind of environmental data there is, what we need to answer environmental health questions. We evaluate all this data in what we call public health assessments or health consultation documents. They're written reports where we summarize all the data, we review it for health effects, we come up with conclusions about how exposure to these chemicals could impact your health, and we write recommendations to be sure that things are followed up on and that steps are taken to protect public health. We are a non-regulatory agency, and as such, we make recommendations to EPA or state environmental agency or health department to implement the recommendations that we make. And that's pretty much it for our health assessment process. This slide just shows you some of the things that have happened at ATSDR where we've had impacts from going out and working with communities and doing public health assessments. It helps us support the need for cleanups at sites where they're badly contaminated. It allows us to get involved in the process early on so that we can start protecting public health in the community as quickly as possible. And one of the most important things to me is that we try to come up with actionable steps that people can take in the community until the sites are cleaned up. And we work very closely with communities to be sure that whatever we're recommending will work in that particular community. And also, one of the most important things I think that we do is we provide physician education and community outreach for people that think their health is being impacted by an exposure to a contaminant in the community. In our work, most physicians are not educated about chemical exposures, but we have physician guidelines and information that we give to them so they can become more familiar with the specific health concerns that their patients may be coming in with. And we also give information to community members so they can take this fact sheet that we give them to their doctor and say, hey, I may be exposed to PFAS in drinking water or whatever. And here's some information about it. Can we talk about what I need to do to be sure my health is protected? So that's it for ATSDR. I don't know that we have any time for questions, probably not. Okay. Well, and I made a mistake. I forgot to put Leanne's and my contact information on the last slide, but before it is sent out to you, I will add our email addresses and phone numbers. My apologies. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna say. So hi, everyone. We're running behind, so I'm gonna go ahead and get started while my slides are being brought up. My name is Melanie Pearson. I lead the community engagement efforts of the Emory HERCULES Environmental Exposome Research Center. That's funded by the National Institutes of Environmental Health Science. And I always want to make sure to recognize my colleague, Erin Lebo-Skelly, who is definitely my partner in this and will be available and will be here in the afternoon if you have any additional questions, because like Tami, I have another meeting this afternoon I have to get to. So the exposome, earlier we were talking about all these words that we use in science and what does this mean to the community? Thank you. And one of the things, one of those words is the exposome. So what is the exposome when we talk about it? Well, the exposome is really a concept. It's a concept that environmental exposures play a role in our health over a lifetime. And this is going beyond those exposures that we often normally think about when we think about environmental health. Often when we think about environmental health, we only think about the contaminants that we're exposed to in air, water, and soil. Maybe we will consider consumer products or what comes in our food. But often and traditionally for our scientists, they looked at these things one at a time, right? So when you're exposed to air pollution, what are the health risks of that? And in fact, when they talk about air pollution, they don't even look at everything that's in the air. They might talk about a specific chemical or a specific particulate matter of a specific size, right? Particulate matter. And so with this, it really made it very hard to holistically look at health, right? And the idea of the exposome concept is like, we know we're all being exposed to multiple things. While we're being exposed to poor air, we're also consuming pesticides through the foods that we eat, or exposed to endocrine disrupting chemicals through the products that we put on our body every day, right? And then in addition to that, we have all of these other things that are impacting our health, based on the behaviors that we may choose, whether we exercise, whether we smoke, some things that aren't under our control. For example, do we have access to healthy foods? Do we have access to medical care? Do we have access to job opportunities? All of these things come together to impact our health. And so the idea of the exposome is trying to more holistically consider environmental exposures within this bigger picture, right? To see how it impacts our health. So with this, our scientists in our center are trying to develop tools and data science techniques to be able to capture parts of this exposome. Now, having said that, this is a huge concept. We're not there yet, but we're working on it and we're making advances in this. Now, I was given the task of going out and engaging the community around this concept of the exposome. And I'll tell you, when they first told me this, I was like, what word do you want me to take out into the community and talk about? But I was really surprised at our very first meeting. A lot of the community members were like, thank you. We are so tired of only having to focus on one chemical at a time or one exposure or one stressor at a time, when we know that we're being hit by all these multiple stressors at once. And so that was a really important thing for me, because I was nervous about this, and yet the different community groups that we spoke to were very open to this concept because it really matched their lived experience. So as I said, I lead the community engagement core, and I should say there's a lot of you in this room. When we went out and spoke to the community, we actually spoke to members of the community and leaders in environmental health, especially here in Atlanta, prior to proposing the center. And when we did that, we said, what do we need to do as a center to make sure that our science is actually relevant to Atlanta communities? And so a lot of the programs that you'll hear about, a lot of our aims were developed in partnership with community leaders here in Atlanta. So the first thing, our first aim is to really, at first it was to establish, but now it's to maintain and expand multi-directional dialogue with the Atlanta community. Essentially, that is a lot of what the last speaker, Sue, spoke of, which is really in finding ways to hear what's going on in the community, what are the environmental health concerns in the community, and how can we bring our expertise and our tools and resources to help communities address these concerns. The second part is for us to guide our scientists and provide support both to our scientists and our students as they engage with community groups, and to make sure that this is being done in a way that's both equitable and sharing our resources and following through with what we say we're going to do. The third one is to enhance community capacity. And I say enhance and not build, because we already know there's lots of capacity in the community. There's lots of knowledge in the community. And what we're trying to do is just bring our area of expertise and our tools and resources to the community and follow the community's lead on how they want to address their environmental health concerns. So how do we do that? We have a stakeholder advisory board, which I'll again touch on later. Essentially, this board, several of you are in the room, hello. And this board really guides us in all of our efforts in our programming, as well as where our budget's spent, things like that. And then we have the Exposome Roadshow and Community Grant Program, which I'll talk about in more detail, our science communication, and also, again, the community partnered research. And I'll go into detail about each of these strategies. So our stakeholder advisory board is, I think we currently have 31 members on it. That sounds like a huge board, I know. But the thing that's been so great about this board is that it really represents the stakeholders in Atlanta around environmental health. So we have nonprofits, we have citizens, just residents in Atlanta that may not be associated with a particular nonprofit. We have other academic institutions represented on the board. And as you know, there's a lot here in Atlanta. And so a lot of these institutions are also engaging with the same community. So we want to make sure what we're doing is complementary. And they also have a lot of resources and expertise there that we can help to match the communities that we work with. We also are lucky here in Atlanta to have a lot of our federal agencies. So we have a lot of our federal agencies represented, as well as some local government agencies or state agencies. Sorry, don't want to miss out. I see Faith here. We have our state agencies. Now I want to talk about our Exposome Roadshow and Community Grant Program. So when we had that first meeting with some of the community leaders and we said, what do we need to do to really engage with the community? The first thing they said is share resources, get money into the hands of community members and listen to those community members. So this program has evolved since then. It's now a 3-year program. And the first part of it is really just bringing a community together and asking them, what are your priorities? What is affecting your health? What is your priorities? And then we do this in a very systematic and democratic way so that everyone's voices are heard and everyone's priorities and the way that they prioritize these concerns are all included. And then we bring it back to the community. We say, okay, this is what you said. This is your priority. Does this group want to coalesce around this priority and find ways to address it and come up with ways to address it? And the thing that I want you to notice here is it's not being driven by us. It's not our priority. We're not going in ahead of time with what it should be, nor what action should be taken. Instead, we're just providing the resources and the structure for this to happen. And if the community group says, yes, we would like to organize, then we provide $1,000 for a 3-month period for that community group just to plan. Who do they need at the table? Do they need to provide stipends for community members to be able to commit their time to this? Do they need to reach out to other groups, things like that? Print paper, whatever they need, this $1,000. And then during that 3-month period, they come up with the plan. What do they want to do in this next year to address it? It might be simple. It might just be raising awareness of a concern. It might be collecting survey data to folks know that this is going on in their community. It might be actual action, such as let's clean up our community. Let's plan some cleanups. And then after that second year, the third year, they can apply again, tell us what they've achieved, and then they get another $2,500 for the take action part. And then after they complete that, there's an opportunity for another $2,500 to be able to sustain their efforts. But also during that year, that's when we really want them to think about how are you going to continue these efforts once you're no longer receiving funds and as much technical assistance from us. And we also have Georgia Center for Nonprofits provide a customized training to talk to groups about mission statements, different grant opportunities, memberships, how to run a meeting. I mean, all of this sort of stuff so that these groups can continue their efforts. And since they're in the house, I just want to point out to our recent graduates in PUP of our program, and they did a great job. Okay, here's a quick example of a community that's gone through our program. So this community came together and they decided that their priority issue was industrial pollution. And they decided to coalesce as a group. They developed an action plan. They actually developed a website. Well, I guess they did that during their action grant, but during their planning, they developed an action plan to address air and water issues associated in their community that they were concerned about. And then for their action grant, for the air concerns they were having, they were smelling a lot of bad odors. They really wanted to document these odors, when they were smelling it, what it smelled like. And so as a group, they decided to use a freely available Smell My City app, which people can download to their phone. And if they're smelling it, they can record the smells, what it smells like, any sort of symptoms they might be having associated with it. And then to address their water issues, they started requesting government documents. And then for the sustainability grant, they realized they were a little too broad and felt like they were too stretched thin. So they narrowed their focus and they started training community residents in science. And then I'm going to come back to this group just to show how the different resources available at our center have supported them in their activities. The other thing that we do is a lot of science communication and outreach. And so with this, our scientists are doing a lot of work that's relevant to the Atlanta community. So we work with them to develop very easy to understand one-pagers about the work that's being done. And next, I'm going to be mentioning about our scientists partnering with communities and how our center actually funds work for our scientists to partner with communities. And so here you see in this infographic, the first one about urban flooding risk, that was a community engaged research project, and we're sharing that information back with the community through these infographics. We also just do some education, talking about how you can reduce toxicants in your home. And then we do some of that more traditional outreach where we're out in the community and we go to festivals and we bring information. And the one thing that's been amazing at these festivals, we have a little setup for children to be able to make non-toxic laundry detergent. You would not think this was exciting to make laundry detergent. Oh my gosh, they love it. We pretty much run out of supplies every time we go. We have not figured out how much to order. But anyway, that's been a great thing. And it really gets people talking like, oh my gosh, there's stuff in my laundry stuff that, we know about things maybe in perfume and hair products and things like that, but it really gets people aware of what they're putting on their bodies and what they're using. Okay, so to go back to the community partnered research, sorry, I'm checking my time, but I can't tell. Okay, so for the community partnered research, this is where we really are encouraging our scientists to engage with the community. We play a matchmaker community groups, either through applying for our grant program. We learn about what their concerns are and we try to match them, or when we're out and we're in participating in neighborhood festivals and health fairs and things like that, and we're learning concerns. And so this is where we support our scientists and we play matchmaker here. One thing that I want to mention in that support with our scientists is the approach we really hope our scientists will take. And this is a slide that I've shared with our scientists, which is really when you're going to engage with a community, you need to remember that in this context, that the relationship between you and this community began centuries ago, right, with many forms of exploitation. And that in fact, there may still be recent extraction that's going on, even by our own scientists with these communities. So that when you go in and you develop these partnerships, is to realize that historical context. And really understand those dynamics. The other part that we really like to stress with our scientists is that empowerment science, instead of using EM empowerment, it's empowerment science. And this is really recognizing and valuing the power and knowledge that already exists in the community. Instead of trying to bring them power, instead of trying to bring the expert, is to recognize the expertise that's in the community and the knowledge that's in the community. And the other part is to realize there's always going to be agenda and compromise on both sides, and that there may be tension with that, but just like in any relationship, you work through that. Here are some of the community engaged pilot grants that our center has supported. With these pilot grants, these are larger. I think they're $30,000, and that's split between the scientific work and what the community is doing to contributing in. And these are some of the different projects that we've supported through our center, and this is where you're partnered with the scientists to apply for it. Just some really quick notable outcomes from some of these. So some of this has led to community-led action. Additional funding has gone to community partners to continue some of this work. Of course, there's been new academic community partnerships developed. You've gotten media and local attention, some presentations and publications. That's more on the academic side, but just to let you know, we always include our community partners in those. As Sue was just mentioning, we've had one of these projects lead to a Superfund designation and remediation. So millions of dollars going in to clean up lead from the soil in a community that came from a one-year project of the community partnering. And it never would have happened without the community partners bringing it to the attention and bringing those particular concerns to the scientists. We've had some local industrial zoning laws change. We've had industry initiated mitigation based on the data that's been collected in these. And the other part that's really important to us is it really helps develop that trust in the community, because they see that this science is being done to make sure that it benefits them, and then that there's been impact and outcomes from that. So that's been a really important part. The other thing I want to mention, when we go out into the community, we hear a lot of questions about where's the data? We have these concerns. We know there's publicly available data. How do we access it? How do we use it? How do we summarize it? If we're going to talk to other community members to convince them, or if we want to talk to our elected officials, or if we want to submit something to ATSDR, right? And so we are now developing a 4-part workshop for community members to learn where the data is, how to use that data, and also how to communicate that data. And this is like, what data do I actually need for the question I have, right? And because sometimes there's data there, but it's not relevant to your question, or you have to learn how to use the data that's there to make it relevant to your question. And I know I'm getting low on time, so I'm going to be real quick here. So how this different groups have engaged with us. One came to us and said, we're really experiencing these bad odors. This was with no funding. We said, okay, well, we have a student here. We're going to borrow some equipment, and we're going to work with you in your community and go out and take some measures of this, right? They did that. They submitted it through to, I think, the ATSDR request. It went through and got to Georgia EPD. They did an unexpected visit to the industrial facility, and that facility got fined. And then also I mentioned that they did the Smell My City app. With the data that they collected from that, they were able to get the industrial zoning laws changed in their community. And then they partnered with our scientists. They collected air samples, and with that detailed air sample, that's where they were able to go hold community meetings. We shared it back, talk with the industry. Some of their public officials put some pressure on the industry, and the industry is now doing a mediation to reduce their smells. They're not saying emission because they don't want to trigger EPA. So they're odors. We all know how it works. So I'm going to go through this quickly. Okay. So with that, I just want to say our grant program is currently open and accepting applications. If you are a community group in the 11 county metro Atlanta area and you're interested in this, we just had our informational webinar this past week, but it's recorded and available. Erin has flyers for this program if you're interested. Yep. And the other thing I just want to mention, we have students that can partner with you on concerns. Reach out to us. We often, even if it's not part of the program, reach out to us. We can potentially get students to partner with you. We have classes that are engaged learning classes where students can help you with grant writing. Students have to do learning experiences and other kind of internships that they can do with your organization. These can be unpaid, or we can subsidize them sometimes through Emory in different ways. So there's a lot of opportunities for you to partner and see us as resources. Oh, and sorry, one other thing. If you're writing a grant and you need a little bit of support, and there's only 2 of us doing this work, so I can't promise a lot. But if you want someone to review your grant before you submit it, give you some feedback, we can do that. If you want help developing your logic model or your evaluation plans, things like that, give us some time. Don't ask us, 2 days before it's due. Give us some time and we can provide those sort of assistance to you as well. So again, I have another meeting this afternoon, but Erin will be around and she can help give you that. And here's our information up here, how to get in touch with us. Thank you.
All right, y'all. Between me and you is lunch, right? So we're gonna get this done. I'm gonna be super peppy. They're not quite done with the lunch yet. Hold on, I have to check this. Apparently our mics are on, but they're not. All right, I am Amy Sharma. You already met me, but I am here now to give a slideshow. It's gonna be amazing, life-changing. There it is. All right. So quick introduction to Science for Georgia. We started in 2018 to bring science out of the ivory tower and onto the street, doing good work in the community. So we communicate, we do 3 things. We improve communication among scientists and the public. So we hold events like this. We teach students how to use small words and big pictures when talking to the general public. And then we increase public engagement with science. So we host Atlanta Science Tavern. We host things like this. Most of our events involve alcohol. We do not do well with little children. I'm really sorry. She's really small though, so it should be okay. And then we advocate for the responsible use of science in public policy. So we're down at the Georgia General Assembly. We're talking to legislators. We are trying to get them to understand that science is a thing that can be used to improve our lives. It's hard. So this is me teaching a class. I'm actually gonna, these are some of our community engagement programs. The important thing though we do is we host events like this, right? And so we want to make this really clear to all of you in that these are now resources, right? After this conference, I will be sitting down with my crack team of amazing interns over there, and we're going to figure out what the next steps are. And so I have this up on the screen because the last time we did something like this, we held a speaker series and we did get the lieutenant governor and the head of the Chamber of Commerce and some important academics to sit down and talk about a very specific issue and how that affected all aspects of our lives and our communities. So this is the same thing. That's why we're here today. And so after this, we will be indeed trying to put together a small group of people that we can lock into a room. Apparently, I'm supposed to say targeted roundtables because locking people in a room is wrong. We feed them though. See, we're feeding you. And then we come out with like, what is the thing that we need to do and what sort of things should we be passing? And then we work with our partners to produce open letters from the science community because the fun thing we hear from a lot of reporters is I heard the science community was split on this, and we're like, no, there's like 99% of us are on this side, and there's the like one crazy guy on Reddit. And so we produced that letter from the 99 so we can at least, you know, counteract the crazy guy on Reddit. So again, these are all resources that if you guys need to be working together or you want to work on an open letter, you know, this is kind of our jam. And so another thing that we do is as we've started to partner with the Georgia Water Coalition. So Gina, raise your hands. Gina's out there on the table. She's great. So the Georgia Water Coalition is a great coalition we work with. So they have over 250 member groups around the state, because if you guys haven't noticed, it's Georgia and they don't really like the environment here. So the environmental groups need to work together with the unified voice. And so that's why we really like work. Yes, because no one likes the environment here. But these guys do. And so that's why we work with the Water Coalition to make sure that we're speaking with a collective voice across the sector about the things that are really important about the environment and how they are affecting the people. And so this is how things are affecting the people. And this has been mentioned a couple times. Georgia, we have Superfund sites here, in case you were curious. The Georgia Department of Natural Resources has money. Well, they now have money. It's been a hot minute. I don't know if you guys remember, about 3 years ago, there was a ballot initiative to make sure that trust fund money that was set up. So when you pay your like $2 to put your tires to be like, until about 3 years ago, the Georgia General Assembly just took that money and like did whatever the hell they wanted to with it. But now they are legally required to put that money for what the actual trust fund was for. And so now the Department of Natural Resources has trust fund money to distribute it to hazardous waste cleanup. Their process does not account for environmental justice concerns, right? So so we can do better. And so what we have done, and this came out of a Georgia Water Coalition thing, and now our crack team of Science for Georgia interns is pulling together a map in terms of where are these sites, but also let's overlay them with actual environmental justice and socioeconomic indicators. So that way we can make a case and we can work with communities to make sure that they are making a case for getting these Superfund site cleanup monies, right? Because I live in Buckhead, so if we have a Superfund site, I guarantee you my neighbors will be all over it. And they have the resources and the lawyers and all of those things to get over it. But I understand a lot of that's not how everybody else lives. So we're trying to make sure that the money is equally distributed and is actually accessible. So you can follow along online. I'm going to call Sierra up to the mic. Our wonderful intern just started exactly 30 days ago, and look at what they've built in 30 days. So Sierra and Jacob have done this. So here you go. Oh, we can pull the actual. It's amazing. The internet. Yeah, that's how I feel about the internet too. All right, there you go. You're gonna have to do that. Sierra, it's all you.
Cool. Yay. Yay. Okay. I'm gonna try to be as brief as possible because I love maps and I'll talk about this thing for like 25 minutes. So I'm gonna kind of breeze through it, but all this flowery text is here for all you lovely people. So if you'd like more detailed information about why the layers are broken down into these sections, feel free to take a look. So I've got it broken down by environmental indicators, demographic indicators, and then general cumulative burden indicators. And I'll kind of talk about what those are. So this first section, skipping all the flowery text, this map, if it will load, that would be cool. Okay. Oh God. This is going to be so hard to, well, okay. I can't zoom in. I don't know what's happening here, but
These yellow exclamation points are your hazardous waste sites. They're all listed on Georgia's hazardous site inventory, and they're currently classified 1 through 5. The classifications, like Amy said, don't take environmental justice or demographic criteria into account at all. They're just classified based on like current cleanup efforts or possibility of cleanup efforts. So we really want to come up with our own tool to classify and evaluate these sites based on environmental justice concerns as well as just environmental burden concerns. In this layer, we also have, as little black dots, the Georgia Water Coalition members so that you can get more information on those members. The blue lines, which again, I really wish I could zoom in on this for you guys, but
I'm gonna play with things while you talk.
Okay.
You talk.
Yeah, the blue lines are the Georgia river basins. So yeah, because we're working with the Georgia Water Coalition. Oh yeah, okay, cool. So you can see a little bit better. Yeah, and that's this one. And then if we continue scrolling to the next section, you'll have to exit out of this map now.
You keep talking.
Okay, yeah. The next section is the demographic indicators. And for this, we're using the EPA's EJ screen tool, which has been talked about a little bit. It's a great tool, talks about a bunch of different demographic and socioeconomic indicators to evaluate environmental justice. They're displayed on the map through a percentile so that you have a little bit more context for the information. You can see how a certain census tract stacks up against the national average, as opposed to just looking at a raw number and not really knowing what that is. The one that's displayed on the map currently is the demographic index, which is EJ Screen's average of the people of color percentage in a census tract, as well as the low income families or households in a census tract. So if you click on one of these, you get some information about the demographic index. And if I could see the legend, this kind of shows you what the colors all mean. So that's the demographic index, but there are some criticisms of this, that there's not really a cumulative indicator of burden. So we're also using Justice 40's climate and economic justice screening tool to overlay that. And we heard earlier some criticism about this as well, that it's a little bit more broad, takes those demographic and socioeconomic indicators less into account. It's a little bit focused more on like housing, transportation, climate concerns, stuff like that. So when we make our tool to classify the hazardous site inventory sites, we're really hoping to kind of marry these two together. And we definitely want to hear from everybody who has an interest in environmental justice, what you guys think are the most important criteria so that we can get the tool that's like the most accurate and serving your communities the best. And then this is the final map all put together. Everybody please play around with it. There's a search function. You can search up your address, see what sites are near you. There's some cool pop-ups in there if you want to click on stuff. So yeah.
Yay. Thank you, Sarah. All right. Cool. All right. So good news is I think on that same website, there is a survey. I'm looking at Lewis because I think we posted it. There will be in the next hour because Lewis just got publicly shamed, but you should work for Science for Georgia. We're really good at that. Let me, here we go. I'm just putting that down there. Sorry, this is too much for me, but go here, check it out. But really what we want to know is, is your community in there? Would you like to work together to advocate for change? Any ideas to sustain a data project and to continue to grow community outreach, which is like a fancy way of saying is how are we going to fund this project? But any of these ideas, so if you go there after lunch, there will be a thing so you can put your name and your email address in, and we will keep you up to date on how this project is going, because like Sierra said, the next steps with this are marrying these indicators together, making sure that we have an accurate EJ index for the state of Georgia, and that we're really listening to the communities and then working with them to continue this through. So how else can you just be a part of the coolness that is Science for Georgia? Is, you know, you can go here and join our newsletter and our partner network.
We are past time. It is 1:20, so we're going to get started. Again, I'm Dr. Treva with Dogwood Alliance. Again, going back to the purpose and point of this conference, environmental justice and climate protection. Also, our key thing was, what is it? Building coalitions. Exactly. And that's that's our key piece, is making sure that we build coalitions. And as I was walking around and listening to everybody talk and different things, everybody was doing some type of networking. Yes, we need to build more. Yeah, I thought about this a little bit differently. We can do more together. When can we do that? Those types of things. And that's what this panel discussion is going to be all about, is how communities and organizations have done this coalition building in their community, and how it's been victorious and a positive, led to positive outcomes for community members. So starting next, we're going to go ahead and have Morgan Barnes from the Center for Black Women's Wellness. Forgive me, y'all. And she'll do introductions about herself. And thank you, Morgan.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Again, my name is Morgan Barnes. I am the Wellness Program Coordinator with the Center for Black Women's Wellness. And I'm just going to talk to y'all. We'll talk to y'all today about how we have developed, how this pilot program of the Black Women's Environmental Wellness Project has grown, and we're able to come together and share this information with you all. And
I'm April Reed. I'm the Wellness Program Manager. So I manage all the programs at Center for Black Women's Wellness that fall under our wellness programmatic community outreach type of programs. But we'll tell you a little bit more about who we are and what we do next.
okay, so who is CBWW? Who are we? So again, we are the Center for Black Women's Wellness. Our mission is to improve the health and well-being of Black women and their families, and the economic health of communities. So we were born, you can say, about 35 years ago. We have been located within the Dunbar Recreation Center since CBWW has opened. We've always been a neighborhood community health center, and to this day, we are still serving those clients who are underserved, uninsured, and are in need of women's wellness services and other services that we do have. So our goal is to provide medically underserved, low-income adults residing in Metro Atlanta, specifically the MPUV community, which is the Mechanicsville community that we are located in, so that we can make sure they have access to quality and low-cost health care.
And yearly, we serve over 2,000 people. So that's women and their families.
So just to give you all a general overview of some of the programs that we currently do offer. So we, again, we are a women's wellness clinic. We also have a chronic disease management clinic as well that is free to uninsured adults. Our women's wellness clinic is operated off low cost fees. So just based on your income, we do ask for proof of income. Then you're able to come and receive services. We provide free screening mammograms. We provide clinical breast exams. We also provide overall general women's wellness services. In addition to that, some of our programs include breast and cervical health, our vaccine hesitancy program, and of course, our environmental wellness program, where we provide a lot of health education around these topics. And then just to talk about a little bit about our additional programs, we have our Atlanta Healthy Start initiative. That program case manages pregnant women and infants up to 18 months, and we provide them with resources and services that they may be in need of, just based on any resources that we currently have. And then we have our fatherhood initiative, as well as our maternity health equity portion of our programming. And then lastly, we have our women's economic self-sufficiency program, which encourages entrepreneurship and financial literacy among our population that we serve.
So this is the team. Some individuals I'm sure you recognize. We have become like a little family, you know. Nathan and Abby over here from Emory, and then Tao, if you see in the lower corner, she was an intern last year, but now she is a consultant on the project. We have Jamie Adorsey, our CEO, members from the wellness team, as well as from the Healthy Start program, Katrina and Janina, because, you know, this work we're weaving into all of our programming. And then Kim Broomfield Massey is our evaluator.
So what is the Black Women's Environmental Wellness Project, and why is it something that CBWW incorporated into our programming? So the project and the acronyms BWEWP, y'all will see throughout the rest of the slides, but the project is designed to empower Black moms to protect the health of their children through enhanced environmental health literacy. So intentionally adding this information to our programming so that they can be able to take away this information and reduce their risk of exposure to not only themselves, but for their babies as well. We take a multi-level approach to increasing environmental health literacy, and we do this by incorporating it into all levels of our programs, including health education, outreach events, and our larger community events, such as our Earth Day event and our annual health fair that we have each year. So the kind of conception of the program in 2018, CBWW received funding to do, and I'll let April talk a little bit more about the focus group that was done through Emory's Children's Environmental Health Research Center to pilot an environmental health literacy project. And based off of the results of the focus groups, that's when we realized that, okay, there's obviously a need for this information and people just are unaware of it. So that's how we ended up incorporating it into what we are doing currently.
And what was born out of that was the prescriptions to prevention that you heard Dr. Grace on talk about earlier. So we'll talk about that a little later, because it was a big accomplishment for us.
So why do we have this program? And again, why did we, CBWW, incorporate it into the work that we're already doing? So there, just a little bit of an overview there that we pretty much all know, that's why we're gathered here today, is that a lot of studies have documented that environmental justice issues are facing communities that are disadvantaged. And I remember she was mentioning that the definition of disadvantage is starting to begin to change. So we want to make sure we're including everyone that we're able to serve and make sure they're able to take advantage of this education and the resources that we're offering. We know that these issues are facing low-income and minority communities, as well as resulting into negative health outcomes of children living in those communities. These issues include disproportionate exposure, of course, to lead, air pollution, poor housing, pesticides, and other toxic chemicals that we really want to try to avoid. These environmental injustices, especially in Georgia, span from the air pollution, food access, and quality. And as they were mentioning earlier from Science for Georgia, the redlining things that are going on to where we are disadvantaged, and we're in those areas, we're working, we're operating, and we're serving people in those communities. So it's important to bring this to them and educate them on what's going on in the environment. So what does the data tell us? So why are we doing what we're doing? So essentially, it's been shown, or it's been proven through various studies, that Black and lower income children are at an increased risk for lead exposure that can lead to different behavioral issues, developmental issues, and a whole list of other things when it comes to what our children are exposed to. So they are also more likely to be exposed. So that is why we decided to incorporate this into the programs that we have, especially because we know that we have our Atlanta Healthy Start initiative. We're working directly with these pregnant moms and directly with these infants that are having increased risk of exposure.
So our project goals and objectives. Before I go over this, I love to tell this quick little story about how we received funding from the Cedar Tree Foundation about 3.5 years ago. And my supervisor, the CEO, said, look, we've got this grant for environmental wellness. You know, it's going to provide a lot of services for our community. And I was looking at her like a deer in headlights, because I was thinking, how are we going to incorporate this into our existing programming? it just seemed like a whole very separate thing. And I'm like, there's 3 of us. At that time, there was only 3 of us. Now there's like 6, which is a lot in a small nonprofit, right? I think we have a total staff of 30 something. Yeah. So anyway, I don't want to say thankfully, but the first year of the funding was a COVID year. So that really was the 2020. That gave us a lot of time to learn about what environmental health even is, right? Like I consider myself kind of a hippie. We recycle growing up, and like, I try to keep the environment clean and teach, but there was just so much more to learn. And we just, along with our pals who were, like I said, like family at Emory, they provided, subject matter expertise and referrals to different types of online programs because, it was a COVID year. So we were just like learning, okay, yeah, sorry, I'm gonna run out of time. Me and my stories, she knows. So we're just like inundating ourselves with information and thinking about out of the box ways that we can weave it into all of our programs. You saw before, there's, breast and cervical cancer, there's behavioral health, vaccine hesitancy, all these programs that you would imagine like, well, what would environmental wellness have to do with those? But we really took that first year to build a foundation and really get creative and think out of the box. And, we hit the ground running the next year. We had our first Earth Day event, and we figured out, just through gathering information, ways through beauty products that made just so many prescriptions to prevention were born out of that year. It was like 10 in the beginning, maybe. Yes. We might have landed on 12, but I'm going to, quickly go over this slide. So what came out of that grant were the first 3 goals and objectives. And then the last one was added, which we can check off: environmental justice, and environmental racism and outreach programming, which this conference served as. It was a goal for this year, actually. The train the trainer model, where we utilize, we outreach to other organizations doing work that serve populations that would be beneficial to receive this information, and we train them how to put that information out in the community. Social media obviously is everything, so how to implement that in campaigns. And then the health literacy is really at the top. So now we are implementing it, and it's probably going to say it in later slides, so I can just skip into our clinic, where when people come for a visit, they can receive a prescription to prevention as well. It's on our screens in the clinic rooms, they're on the walls. So yeah, it's really all about environmental health literacy. So people know what to do, and they have examples of the products they can use in their own homes.
So how did we go about bringing this project to life? As April mentioned, it really was just an idea. And fun fact, when this project first started, I actually was pregnant at the time. So I was taking in all the information about environmental exposures and reducing risk. So we were able to, like April mentioned, initially partner with Emory to make this project come to life. And so we were able to identify those stakeholders. So we knew that Emory, the charter program, was very essential into helping our staff get trained and helping us learn more information about these different toxic exposures, as well as, of course, funding sources. And thankfully to the PACE, we've been able to continue this project for a second grant cycle. So we're in our second term of receiving the funding for 3 years. So as we mentioned earlier, this is just a quick timeline of how our community and academic partnerships kind of came together. We were working with the HERCULES Research Center, thanks to Nathan and our friends at Emory. We also presented this information to another part of our organization or part of our community outreach efforts called the Community Action Network. And so essentially what it is, it's a good group of several different organizations where we talk about all things maternal and child health, but we also wanted to make sure that they had access to this information to share with the people that they serve as well. We also started with a community pilot program. So again, we do have our Atlanta Healthy Start program that services pregnant women, and out of that are pregnant women and new moms. Out of that, we have our Magic Milk Mommies breastfeeding support group, where we talk again about how can you reduce your risk of exposure? What are things you can put on your skin that's not being transmitted to baby as you breastfeed? What are things you can take into your body? What are things that you can do around your home that can just reduce your exposure? So
Glass bottles and air purifiers.
Exactly, introducing them, providing them with things like glass bottles, air purifiers, things that they can put in baby's room. We know that we love for that baby smell good. So all those different air fresheners that don't have all of those chemicals in it that can be safe around you and baby. So that is how the partnership continued to grow. And I know we're running low on time.
Yeah.
So this is just a little overview of what I mentioned earlier about our focus group that we initially kind of kickstarted this project. Some of the most important things that we took away from the focus group that were important to the people that we served included food, when to shop organic, when not to shop organic. We provide information. I don't know if y'all, I'm sure y'all have heard of the Dirty Dozen, Clean 15. We provided them that information as well. They also were interested in safety as far as safe cleaning products. What's something that I should be using? What's something that I should not be using? A lot of the people that we work with, they're just like, oh, we just gonna put some bleach on it and it's clean. And sometimes that is not always the case. So educating them on various products that you can use that have that reduced risk of exposure, but you're still able to have a clean home. And then lastly, hair and beauty products. We know that a lot of the people that we serve are large consumers of many of those products. So making sure that they're making the right choices and educating them on those choices. And of course, air pollution, which not only in their home, but in the city, in the area that they live in as well. And as April mentioned, this is an example of one of our prescriptions to prevention that we work with Emory to create. How they even get the prescription to prevention, they have to take what we call a health screener that was also designed with CBWW and Emory, so where we're able to identify those concerns and needs. And then that way, once they have completed the health screener, they receive a prescription to prevention that is personal to them. So if your health screener indicated that air quality in your home is something that you're concerned about, then we're going to send you a prescription for prevention that talks about air quality in your home, provides you with resources, et cetera, to where you're able to have that to refer to. And then you can always contact us for more information or see what we have going on as far as events for more information on those resources. And we already talked about how we integrated these programs integrated the environmental health education into our program. So as I mentioned before, okay, I'm wrapping up. And so as I mentioned before, a lot of these programs these are things that we were already doing: home visitation programs, Magic Milk Mommies, community outreach and events. We just literally added this on to all the education that we were already giving out. Examples of our social media campaigns and what we're posting on Facebook and Instagram, which are our main programs. We're just now getting into TikTok, y'all. So just, if y'all want to follow us, you can, but just bear with us. But we talk about those social media campaigns. This is an example of when we had our Train the Trainer workshop. There's Nathan again. In our workshop, to where we brought these community organizations together to learn more about how they can disseminate this information and again reduce those silos and build those coalitions to bring organizations together. And then that's it. So this is just some examples, some pictures of some different events that we've had in the community. Nathan again at our event. So we give out at our largest
for CBWW
on the low.
On the low.
So yes, we get at our large events, we usually give out a lot of, we call them environmental wellness kits. So we give out some bags that's full of things, cleaning products, health and beauty products. We usually give some all-purpose cleaner, dish detergent, whatever we can find that's non-toxic, eco-friendly. We put it in a bag and we give it to them as a gift.
And even information on how to make your own product.
Yes, yes.
That's really the cleanest. But
and at our last Earth Day, the Hercules Center was there and their laundry table was a big hit. So just shout out to them. And that is it. Oops. So if y'all have any questions, let me know. This is my and April's contact information. And if you think of anything, I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, thank you so much. Am I doing the right thing? Yeah, I got the PowerPoint up. Help. All right, I just needed one example. Okay, so I'm going to talk to you a little bit about some of our work that we've done with our partners in Cook County. But when this work started, I was not a partner. I was just a community member representing the concerned citizens of Cook County. And so this is part 2, because I talked about our fight last year, and I'm going to give you a quick breakdown of what has happened since last year. All right. Well, I don't know if this video is going to show. Maybe it will. Should have tested this thing out, but I'm not going to let technology deter us or slow us down. So we're moving on. I'm going to need your help to come back up here and fix this. So while she's doing that, I'll tell you about starting in 2020, the concerned citizens of Cook County got together, found that there was a wood pellet plant coming to town. Some of you already know the backstory, but for those of you who don't. Okay, so then there was that wood pellet plant. It was permitted in January 2021. There was a fight. There are organizations in here who signed on to that, to the permit, on the air permit comments and things like that. So we did all the stuff that the EPA would tell us to do, that we had in our power to do. We educated our community. We put up billboards. We did all that good stuff. Then boom, oh my gosh. January 2021, they permitted, we petitioned it, we fight it. No, take that thing back, revoke that permit. So the fight continues. Then it rolls on. The concerned citizens of Cook County find out in October 2021, a second wood pellet plant is coming, and it's going to be 3 times as big as the first one. And you know what? We're going to sit in your back door this time. We're going to be right next to the Federal Housing Authority. We're going to sit right next to one of your, you will be an eye shot of your, when you walk out your back door, I'm your new neighbor. So we said, oh no, that's not going to happen. So the fight continued. Well, I'll tell you about the power of partnership. I don't know if y'all know about this documentary, Abandoned, Greed, Neglect, and Environmental Injustice in Adel. If you have not seen it, please take a look. I was going to include a 2-minute trailer. I might be able to pull that up on the internet before I finish, but I'm not going to let that delay me. So this documentary was key to getting our story out, hearing from our community members, hearing about the environmental injustices that already existed in our community. Oh yeah, and raise your hand, Miss Addie, over here. We got one of our concerned citizens of Cook County right here with us. We had more last year, but a lot of our people had lots of things going on. So thank you for being here with us. But environmental injustice in Adel, we already have lots of polluting industries. I already said that. We have active pollution. We have a sordid history with the wood pellet industry. It has not done us well, and people are sick because of it. As we know, wood pellet plants are 2 times as likely to be in environmental justice communities. The maps show it. They're here. Where poverty in the South is where your wood pellet, follow the red. Follow the red, where your African-American communities are, poverty, that's where the plants are. We have probably about 6 existing plants, 3 proposed plants here in the state of Georgia, and then growing of woody biomass plants. And if you're wondering what wood pellets are, they're not the ones that go on your grill. They're ones that get sent to Europe to be burned in coal-fired power plants for energy. Those European companies get a whole lot of big subsidies out of these wood pellet plants, cutting down our trees. So when you're riding through town or riding in the countryside and you notice trees are going missing, could be the wood pellet industry, because it's they're hungry, and it's a beast that cannot be filled. So, all right. So here we go. We got Adel, which is a little small town, 5,500 folks, high level of poverty, 23.1%. Just giving you that backdrop. So we're in deep South Georgia, and there are not that many environmental groups down there. I'll just be upfront and honest with you. There are not any environmental groups down there really, except for like the River Keepers. So when we were faced with this issue, it's like, what are we going to do? So we reached out to one of the River Keepers, and he happened to say, hey, I know somebody. I know Dogwood Alliance. I'm going to connect you with them. That was in 2020. It's been 3 years from that partnership with Dogwood Alliance, who I now work for. We were able to partner with other organizations. And I'll tell you how this happens, because they were working on wood pellets, but other organizations were working on other things that would help us. I'm going to skip past that, but I'm going to tell you about the power of grassroots organizing. First, before anybody else can fight for you, you got to fight for yourself. Okay, so we stepped out, we stood up, and we showed up at meetings and put our signs out and all that good stuff. And we even put up some billboards too. We, you know, they still didn't care, even though we petitioned the city council and did all our educational pieces in the community. They still voted against us. But you can never doubt the work of a small group of people. It's important. We make change. But when you got a larger group, that's wonderful too. All right. So we did all this stuff, and I'm going to skip past this, but I'm going to talk about our collaborators, because this is about the power of partnerships. And you see the Concerned Citizens of Cook County being a little small organization in deep South Georgia, so close to Florida, you just don't know. And we connected with Dogwood Alliance, and then through Dogwood Alliance, we were able to connect with Georgia Interfaith Power and Light. And then we started doing our own research, and we connected with Anthropocene Alliance, which is like 150 impacted communities. And then through Dogwood, we were connected with Environmental Integrity Project, who are a team of lawyers who do a lot the providing information about all those things. And then GCV, Georgia Conservation Voters, oh my gosh, I had reached out to them because I don't know if I told y'all this, but I ran for state office 2 times, one in 2018 and 2020. And so I was connected with them. So I called them, hey, what can y'all do for us? They said, we can do something. They'll say, what do you need? We need visibility. We'll do a documentary for you. And so they did. And the rest is history. So all those partnerships were major. But I'll tell you, even though we were already connected with the SCLC through some of our comments, I got reconnected to them through Anthropocene Alliance. And I sat down because they tried to give us what we needed. What do you need is what Anthropocene wanted to know. And so then they looked at it from an EJ stance, not just a biomass stance. When they looked at it with EJ, then they contacted their EJ person, Chandra Taylor in North Carolina, and then boom. So then they said, oh, we're going to fight this we're going to fight this recent permitting. By the way, that's one of our old billboards. We put billboards up in town too. And some of those organizations helped us apply for grants and things like that. But SCLC said, hey, we're gonna what's the word? I can't even talk. But either way, we're gonna fight this petition. So we're gonna go to the Office of Administrative Hearings, and we're gonna file discrimination claims against the Georgia Environmental Protection Division, which I never see in any of these conferences, not when you're talking about real stuff. I'm sorry, I just have to say that. They gotta do better. So we did that. And with that came Spectrum Energy, the wood pellet plant. It wasn't against them. They were like, no, because we found out that the permit was issued July 2022. So they said, no, can y'all come to the table and talk with us? Because the hearing was supposed to be in December, then it was postponed to January. But we sat down right before Christmas to talk about what we wanted. They wanted to know what we wanted. And we'll talk to anybody that was concerned citizens of Cook County. We'll sit down and talk. So we did. And we told them we didn't want them there. That if they were going to be there, they couldn't kill our people because, you know, you want businesses that build, not those that kill us. And it was a bunch of mean mugging going on and all that stuff. And we told them what we wanted. And with the help of SCLC's air experts and things, we came to an agreement that had teeth, that gave us better controls of our pollution that will come to our community. Y'all tell me if I get over my time. Somebody keep my time. Okay. All right. Well, so we started talking and we came to an agreement that was signed on December 24th, 2022. So we gave our community a Christmas gift that would keep giving, that otherwise we would not have, because the chances of that permit being revoked might not have happened. But one thing we know for sure is that we have some controls over that plant. One of the agreements was that we take this billboard down. And I told them, if you want to take it down, you got to pay for it, and let us put up 3 more. You got to pay for that. And they did. What we realized is during COVID, nobody cares about elderly people are seniors. I'm serious. They don't care. They said, let them be tributes to the cause. Y'all know that was happening. They're old anyway, things like that. That was just the language. So we knew that nobody cared about elderly or seniors, but people care about children. And so when that went up in our hometown, that sent a message, and they knew that was ruffling feathers. So could you please take that billboard down? Of course we'll take it down. So we also sent these flyers out with that same billboard that went to thousands of residents. So some of the things that we have accomplished is since then there's been an extra comment period added. Georgia had not had a second comment period on the final permit for over 20 years because of the fight that we had and the people we had working on the partnerships. We have it now. What we got is that we got community engagement. They have to meet with the community twice a year. Also, they pay for some air monitors, and they have to also answer to us. Instead of yearly monitoring, they have to be monitored monthly for the first year for us to know that they are actually filtering out what they're supposed to be filtering out, and they have a backup. And also the fact that they're having to monitor for additional hazardous air pollutants, which are some of the most carcinogenic. And the Georgia EPD nor the EPA required them to measure the ones we're asking for. But through our help with the SCLC, they are having to do that. They're looking at routing traffic, all those different things. And by the way, if they violate one of these, they have to cut production in that month. Once it shows that it's not right, they have to cut production. And also there's fines tied into this and litigation. So it's not just the once off. So they're married to us for the next maybe 4 or 5 years, and they hadn't even started up yet. So we're going to be married for a long time. And this is a great thing. So just to say this, and I'm going to leave it right here. If you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. That's an African proverb. And I think that our former Region 4 director used to say this a lot. Daniel Blackman, he says this a lot, but I'm telling you this, it's real. We have to partner together. Because of that, we have more teeth, we have better controls. We could not have done that as a small little town. There would be a wood pellet plant too, sitting on us right now, this very moment, had we not been able to partner and do the outreach that we did to get people to notice us, because every little town doesn't get noticed. There's one everywhere in all states. So just know this, the power partnerships are powerful, they go far. And the ones that have helped the concerned citizens of Cook County to started singly with Dogwood and stretched out, have been and will impact people for generations because of this settlement that we were able to achieve. Thank you so much for your time. We're going to go to the next person. Oh, I still got some time. No, we won't push it.
Who do we got next?
Who we have next is Green Link. I'm glad she just came right on up here because she knew what was about to go down.
This is your presentation.
That's the one.
Perfect. All right, let's get you all, for some reason after.
Oh.
Yes.
Is there another one open or something? Is like the presentation open that might want to?
I don't know why this is getting harder for me, guys. I've been doing this all day.
And as if it was supposed to get
Want to
easier
try
for
to-
me, and I just started. So I just figure I'll let her do it.
It's like some kind of progress. It's like crashing.
You need to shut all those other ones down.
Okay, let's try close.
All control delete, I guess.
Well, while they're doing that, if you have any questions at your form, let's write them down because we're going to have a short question and answer session after we have 2 more panelists to go. And then, so just be mindful of that if you want to jot some things down.
Cool. All right, now we should be able to get.
Okay. You can take it from here. Just print that when it opens.
I think I can. All right, this guy, right?
Yes.
What? What? Can you see it? All right, we're online. All right. Hey, everyone. Good afternoon. Good. Great. Some audience participation. I love it. My name is Kevin Monakraj, but you can call me Kevin or Cav. I am with GreenLink Analytics. If you're not familiar with us, we are a small local nonprofit, and we focus on the fast and equitable transition to a clean energy future. Notice I said fast and equitable. Fast because we have the technologies to make these changes right now, and we demand them. Equitable because, as we've heard from the speakers before us, the communities who are most impacted by climate change are the ones that are disproportionately affected by these changes. And so we intentionally need to think about how we're going to lift them up as we move forward in making progress here. At GreenLink, I am the chief data scientist. We're a small and mighty team. I'm one of 12, like I said, the chief data scientist, but I've come to regard myself as the chief data storyteller. And so I'm going to try my best to tell you all about a bit of a happy story. When you're in the climate space, you could use them all, because it can get a little depressing sometimes. So I want to talk to you about the Decatur Clean Energy Plan, which was one of our most community-driven clean energy plans. And I want to give a little shout out nod to David Nifong over there. David, thanks for raising your hand. Who was critical in moving this forward. And David, I might call on you a couple more times, so stand by. So when Decatur created their 10-year 2020 to 2030 strategic plan, they wrote something that caught my eye. It was their vision, which is Decatur will foster an equitable, thriving, and welcoming community for all today and in the future. And they listed a couple of points, right? They've got 5 points here, but I kind of really care about the second one, which is confront climate challenges. And that's what we do. Right? We want to confront climate challenges, and we want to do so with the community. And to do so, you need to create a process, because only when you create a process are you able to actually move through finding your solution. So I thought about what this process is going to look like, and I took a little bit of a cue from one Amy Sharma in the room and said, all right, well, you got to communicate to the audiences. So I thought about 3 different audiences. One, the audience whom is going to be reading our proposals in the cold business language that happens in proposal work. 2, the friends that I will be talking to when I'm telling you about what we're doing. And then 3, for the youth's memes. Okay. All right, so I should be able to capture everyone in this room with this slide. All right, step 1, project launch. What does that mean? I'm initiating community engagement. We're talking to the community immediately to figure out, what does it mean to transition to a clean energy future, all right? That's hitting that blue button. 2, input and awareness. We need to make sure people who are coming to these community engagement sessions understand what it is we're actually trying to optimize, what issues we're trying to face, what are the constraints, what constraints do they have, what problems do they want to solve, right? And that's that red pill, blue pill sort of situation. 3, action identification and prioritization. This is the modeling and analytics. That is actually an almost live video of me coding on a day-to-day basis. This is what I look like. A lot of it doesn't make sense, and some of it does. 4, develop and refining a plan. So there is not an optimal plan. There are multiple plans to move towards a clean and equitable transition to the future. The right one depends on talking to the community and seeing which ones they want us to work with. And the last one is implementation, getting it passed and cleaning all of the things, right? Community engagement, what does that look like? So we participated in this community engagement with the citizens of Decatur. It was in a 2-day in-person charrette. We had folks coming in, and we had about 3 different community roundtables. I talked to you about the awareness piece. So we talked about some learning opportunities. What does it mean? What does weatherization mean? What does equity look like in that space? What do clean buildings look like when they're done right? Pointed to the Candida building at Georgia Tech. If y'all haven't checked it out, please take a look. It's a shining example of a Southern equitable and a clean building. And what is climate change and how does it impact your health, right? Let's get on the same stage before we start talking about solutions. And you know, when people are coming to charrettes like this, we're not capturing everybody. So we also have to supplement it with surveys, understand the breadth of what people want to move forward with and where they're really coming in from. And I want to give you an example. So if I were to ask something like, what does clean and renewable energy mean in Decatur? You get a couple of interesting answers. I mean, some of them are pretty easy, right? We're talking about solar. Of course, people know solar is clean, right? 5% think it might not be. And That's fine. Like, supply chains can be maybe part of the process that they're thinking about. Wind power, same sort of situation. Hydropower, energy efficiency. Okay, great. We're getting some support here. What about biogas? It's just like almost 50-50. I mean, 60-40, but it's split. And some people are like, that's clean. Some people are like, no, I don't really think so. So now we got to think about things like, well, do you understand what biogas is? Do you understand that it's diverting methane streams into something that does burn, but maybe is going to burn cleaner? But is that good? Is that bad? Who wants this type of stuff? What about something a little more controversial like nuclear, right? We have Plant Vogtle coming online. There's some issues with that. I don't want to start the debate, so please let's not get into it. But we're polling people to understand, what does that mean? 30% of people said that nuclear, they wanted that as part of the solution. That's good. Means if we're trying to create a plan that is going to be addressing a community, we got to keep this in mind, right? Wood waste biomass. I think we just heard about why it shouldn't be renewable, right? Here's another question. As we transition, how much are you willing to spend to actually get to the end of this? We asked some people, in addition to your monthly bills, what is the maximum amount of money you would want to be able to put into your bills to move towards this, to ensure clean and renewable energy? 88% of people said that they'd spend $5 or more. But that's not exactly the answer. I mean, there's 12% of people who said they're not willing to do that. 37, just about a third said they would be willing to spend 15 or more. So there is an upper crust that wants to move to it, but that doesn't represent the rest of the community. So we got to keep this in mind as well. What about timelines? When does Decatur want us to change? Okay, so we've got a couple of different scenarios. Let's throw a couple out. 100% renewable, clean. All right, well, we got 38% people say they want 100% renewable by 2030, 4% who say they want 100% by 2050. Then that kind of graph or that chart sort of wanes down a little bit. 75% renewable, we've got a quarter of people who want that, and 6% who want it by 2050. And then 50% renewable versus fossil. We've got just about 20% of people who said they want half fossil, half clean by 2030, and 10% who said they want it by 2050. Okay, so this gives us a timeline now. Now we're thinking about how we want to optimize. And by the end of it, we're realizing that a majority of the respondents want these changes by 2030. Okay, cool. So now we have a timeline. Great. These are good operating initial conditions. For the scientists in the room, for the modelers in the room, we need our boundary conditions. These are boundary conditions. You heard me talk about equity. I want to tell you why centering equity is huge. Specifically centering energy equity. So there are 4 census tracts that represent Decatur, right? And if you look at this little table here, the median household income is actually quite high. This is not representative of most of the United States. This is a fairly privileged group of people who are living in city Decatur. But that's not everybody who lives in Decatur. In fact, we have this tool called the GreenLink Equity Map. We call it GEM. And we found that 14% of the households in these 4 census tracts are spending more than 10% of their income on energy bills. They are severely energy burdened. When you're at this level, you're choosing between keeping your lights on and feeding yourselves, right? These are issues. So when we're talking about the cost to transition, we need to keep this in mind as well. Can energy bills go up reasonably, or are we going to be pushing more people over the edge? Right? We talked about this. High energy burden is something that is disproportionately going to be affecting the folks that are most impacted by climate change. I'm talking about renters. I'm talking about low income households. I'm talking about communities of color. So we can transition to that clean energy future, but are we bringing everybody along? We need to be thinking about that. So these are boundary conditions. Again, we haven't even gotten to the plan yet. We're talking about understanding the assumptions. And that comes from understanding who is in the community. So let's talk about some goals here. And I'm sure David could talk a little bit more about this if you want to corner him after all this. But Decatur said by 2030, they want all their municipal buildings to be 100% clean and renewable. They said by 2035, they want their fleet to be electrified, EVs, not gas vehicles. And they want all the community buildings to be 100% clean and renewable. And then by 2050, everything needs to be renewable. These are goals that we're working with. So that got passed to folks like me, and I acted like the little cat, and I was banging away on the keyboard, creating models, and we created 3 different models on how we can move forward into a successful pathway. We obviously have the business as usual, right? Which is if we do nothing. We have something which is going to be the maximum case. And then we have a couple of cases in between. And I want to quickly show you what these look like in boring number form. The business usual case, like I said, you don't do anything. The maximum case, you do everything possible. Decatur does everything possible in order to transition. Well, when you do everything possible, it costs a lot more, right? You get a lot more benefits. You're avoiding a lot more millions of metric tons of CO2. If you look at that bottom number over there, 1.17 million metric tons of CO2. Okay, that's great, but it's going to cost you a little bit more. Does that address the problem that we want, or does that create more problems than we need? What about the most cost effective? Okay, well, we don't spend as much, but we actually get a really good benefit to cost ratio. That 12.2 for every dollar you're putting in, you're getting $12 of benefit back. Sounds pretty good, but are you leaving some fruit on the tree that you can pick? Well, what about an intermediate case? What about one that optimizes the social and local impact? Okay, the SLI thing. It isn't too much in the max case, but it's better than the minimum case, right? Maybe this could be something that works. So we take that to the community and we figure out, well, which one do you all want to move forward with? Well, we first need to also look at what does that mean in terms of our energy supply and our energy forecast and our transportation forecast for that matter, right? Because vehicles are going to be electrified. So this graph is just a lot of colors, and I apologize that the colors don't make any sense. I did not make these. But the big takeaway is the more you are investing into these different scenarios, the max scenario versus the minimum scenario, you're investing in things like energy efficiency. Now, energy efficiency is great, but after a certain amount of time, after a certain investment, it's going to cost you even more. We have diminishing returns. Same thing for when you're putting on solar or wind or anything like that, right? You're going to get diminishing returns. Let's figure out where that elbow happens, and let's focus our efforts on that. Similarly, with transportation, we want to electrify everything. So we're going to focus on that larger brown, I guess, or that orange on the right-hand graph that you can see, where we're trying to see how we can incentivize the most electric vehicles. And so looks like regardless of which case we have, that orange bar is pretty filled up. So maybe we have some flexibility over there. Okay, so what happened? We polled the community. We worked with wonderful folks like David, and we realized that we are going to move forward with the social and local impact plan. And I'll give you a link to read more about this plan. I don't want to get into technical details here, but we move forward with that. And so now here's a little video look of what David looked like when that plan passed. September 26, 2022, Decatur City Commission adopts this clean energy plan. And so now it's in law, all right? So this is good, right? Happy ending. This seems pretty good. Awesome. It's not the end. The whole point about doing this, getting things implemented, is that it's providing the backstop. It's providing the floor for which you cannot slide back from, right? So now we have this floor. And so the story continues. Story continues with how are we now going to move towards enacting all of these policies, all these solutions, looking at the clean energy pathways and making sure we're keeping people accountable, right? This floor is now an accountability floor. So what does that mean? Well, if you want to work on some of attacking where our energy comes from, here are a couple of ideas. You can read more about it in the plan. You want to decommission coal and natural gas and maybe not pass costs from nuclear plants onto folks. Start getting integrated into your integrated resource plan for your local utility, Georgia Power, right? For those of you who don't know. Let's start looking at what renewable energy credit strategy could look like so we can start thinking about how to decarbonize our energy and incentivize other types of fuel sources, right? Municipal solar, municipal solar should be easy. Just put solar on your government buildings and address their energy needs locally, distributed electricity, right? And so let's talk about putting some municipal resiliency hubs in place. And then energy efficiency. Energy efficiency, I can sit here and talk for an entire hour of how we can improve energy efficiency. But let's look at City of Atlanta. City of Atlanta just passed the Weatherize program, right? Which is going to go and help weatherize low-income houses. That way, as the energy bills increase, we're at least starting to decrease how much energy it takes for them to heat and cool themselves. It's not a solution. It's a backstop. It's a launching point. It's where we need to start in order to keep the conversation moving. So I'm telling you all this because as we have this happy ending, there is still the clean energy plan. And I implore everyone in this room to read it and understand what it means, and then go over to your local government and demand that these things continue to happen and keep them accountable. So I'm going to put this QR code here, and I really want to see every single phone really taking a photo of this. I'll wait. Read this plan, understand what's going on. If you're not happy with it or you want more, David's right over there. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. How are you all? My name is Andrea Young-Jones. I am the Government Relations and Public Policy Director for Georgia WAN. That stands for Women's Actions for New Directions. And I'm glad to be here today. I am going to speed through this, but I'm going to stop at certain points to kind of go through some notes. So as we begin the question and answer process, it will be easier for me to be able to explain it, and also kind of to tie in what some of our other panelists have talked about in terms of partnering and getting information and resources. So Georgia WAN was founded, with the wrong thing. Let's see, here we are. Georgia WAN was founded in 1984. We are a women-led organization that has historically sought to educate and advance policy and legislation that brings about lasting and systemic change in frontline communities. And throughout our process, we had a reality check. Our reality check was basically that we now acknowledge the intersectionality between environmental social justice, from nuclear energy infractions and climate change, whose impacts exacerbate the livelihood and viability of systemically underserved and under-resourced communities, like our low and moderate income communities, regardless of race, even though income does follow race in terms of our country, in terms of the history of how we set up. But low-income communities overall have been overburdened with pollution and legacy pollution throughout the history of our country, basically. So Georgia WAN continues to sound the alarm of environmental, climate, and social injustices, and strives to come up with healthy and equitable solutions to reduce nuclear harm in our communities. So what does that mean? We work statewide, bridging the urban and rural divide in our frontline communities of Waynesboro, Georgia, that's located in Burke County, and Burke County is one of the largest counties in Georgia. We also have communities in rural portion of eastern Georgia in the central Savannah River area, which is called the CSRA, and that we are surrounded by nuclear power plants such as Plant Vogtle, that somebody brought up, also weapons facilities and energy burdened neighborhoods and Atlanta's neighborhood planning units, the NPBUs, the NPUVs, then where residents are overwhelmed by exorbitant energy bills that go toward expanding nuclear power facilities in Burke County. So our work is grounded in racial equity for 4 groups: quality of life issues, health hazards, including production of nuclear energy and weapons that impacts air, water, and soil, climate justice, and gender and racial justice. So we believe that our environment basically shapes who we are. Our wealth attainment, the quality of our schools, and our overall health and well-being are determined by our environment. And past and present environmental policies and injustices will negatively impact all Georgians, regardless of income. Our air quality, Georgia is #1 state with the highest amount of chemical releases that affect human development. And I'm just going to kind of do the highlights here. Our health, Georgia exceeds the national average in incidence of prostate cancer on males, breast cancer in female, and lung and bronchus cancer, which is bronchitis, right? With the bronchial tubes, proximity to certain facilities such as landfills, waste sites, hazardous manufacturing facilities, and power plants reduce property values. And and all properties that are in direct vicinity, which about, I would say within 2 miles, 5 miles, their property values decreased by at least 5.3%. And that's just not just in the United States or in Georgia, that is basically also internationally. There has been studies in other countries that are looking at what is happening to some of their residential communities, and they're finding that there are issues with facilities, especially in terms of property value, where residents are located in close proximity. So we look at how it affects us, not just in terms of our wealth attainment, we can look at education. We're in Georgia. Georgia public schools are funded by 45% of property taxes, and low-income communities house a disproportionate share of toxic waste sites and storage of contaminants in Georgia. This appreciates their land value, resulting in unequal education system, right? It also affects them in their ability of wealth attainment. For people who would like to improve their home, right? They want to paint, they want to take out a loan, you know, their value is lower. Someone might want to send their child to school and they want to take a loan out of their home. They can't do that. So this affects their ability to be able to not only to grow in their community, but also continue to invest in and improve it, right? Uh-oh, sorry about that. Okay. Am I on the right one? Okay, sorry about that. So the 3 W's of our work, justice, climate, and environmental and energy, are underserved communities that lack resources to fight back, resource scarcity, evaluation of where to start. Where do we start within the community and looking at their resources and how do we improve and help them based on how their conditions of their land value, of their housing value, and just overall their health. And then undervalue, major polluters that cause low property values, which then impact quality of our schools, housing, stock, and more. So what did we do? What have we been doing in Waynesboro over the last 45 years is working with organizations and organizations such as the Shell Bluff Concerned Citizens Council, as well as BCOP, the Burke County Organizing Project, to educate them on many of the work that's going on here in terms of the research that we have, but then also to get them to come to the table and help us to be able to tell their story. So if you look at where we were talking about, I was talking about with the CSRA, which is the Central Savannah River, that is the area that we basically kind of work on in that little red area right there. The CSRA is made up of 14 Southeast Georgia communities, including Burke and Richmond County, which are along the Savannah River, and the SRS, which is the Savannah River System in Aiken, South Carolina. So if you look, you can see that Burke County is in the crosshairs. You have Plant Bogle, you have SRS, and then you also have the area where the Savannah River System is basically housing all of the weapons in terms of the nuclear waste and weapons. So Shell Bluff exists in the city of Waynesboro, which exists in Burke County. This area is also called the Central Savannah River. On the Georgia side of the Savannah River, and on the South Carolina side, upstream lots of private industries like paper and polymer plants, all of which release contaminants into the river or draw water from the Savannah River. Savannah River site is a nuclear weapons complex and a nuclear weapons production site. They call them the bomb nukes. Nukes created and used in the 1940s. They are rich with uranium, plutonium, and those types of contaminants remain. Those last forever. Those are some things that we cannot get rid of. So one of the things that we have noticed in the area in Burke County, and this has been documented, is that there's issues with air pollution and then also with water. And there has been an uptick of asthma and cancer prevalence in that area. So let it be known that tritium, plutonium, and uranium are all environmental byproducts deployed by nuclear weapons and energy production, all right? So these types of things are found all in the private industry proximity, like the paper plants, the polymer plants, beef and content industry, and agriculture. And unbeknownst to me, and I've learned this since working with Georgia WAN, is that Georgia is one of the top, is one of the most economic engines in terms of our state is agriculture. You know, and so if you're looking at the land, especially out in Burke County is a very, it's not a very highly populated area. It has it's one of the counties that produces the most agriculture, but it has a lot of areas around it that is surrounded by pollution. So what is happening to our food, and what is the food that we're sending out into our country? So those are the things that, you know, we have to think about in terms of not just the direct impact, but the indirect impact that spreads out as we move and as we sell our products. Also, and there's some more statistics in terms of what's happening in Georgia. Georgia has the #1 city most polluted list, which is Augusta, Georgia. That's in Richmond County. 4 counties in Georgia got the D for ozone. Those are all metro in the metro Atlanta area. You have DeKalb, Douglas, Fulton counties, Henry County. We had more exceedances last summer than the previous few years in terms of hot and dry. And in driving patterns, you know, what is going on within these within the ozone within these counties. 3 counties get a D: Dodge, Houston, and Richmond County, and then C, Washington, Bibb County, and Bibb County got a C in terms of their air quality from the American Lung Association. Okay, so let's go back to Burke County. Burke County is in a public health crisis. In 2019, and this is talking about in terms of our partnerships and how we've been working with Georgia State and then also Georgia Tech and then hopefully Augusta University. In 2019, Georgia One started to work and establish a public health baseline metric in partnership with Georgia State University's Masters in Social Work. And the data obtained spanned approximately 50 years, right? And looked at 36 categories. Now I'm just going to kind of point out the health statistics here. But if you look here where you see 38.8%, there have been 38.8% deaths of respiratory diseases, 31.1% deaths by endocrine, nutritional, and metabolic diseases, death by digestive diseases, and I can just go on and on as you go through and span it. But this shows that there have been a cumulative effect of what is happening in the community in terms of the people who are experiencing health disparities, right? And Burke County is not a large county in terms of population, right? So you have to kind of look at it like if we're talking about Fulton County, DeKalb County, those numbers people might not see that, but when you're looking at Burke County, you're talking about 1,000 people, 2,000 people, 3,000 people. That's huge. And then you see, as you can see the playground right near the power plant. So those are the things that the people are dealing with in terms of what's happening out there and what they're experiencing. And this is historic because one of the things that happened, I would say basically maybe in the 40s and 50s after the Great Migration, when African Americans began to leave the South and live up north, they left a lot of land, right? And land wasn't, so people decided, to start probably maybe either sell their land and when people purchased the land and they stopped with agriculture, when big companies started coming in and doing agriculture and colonies moving out the small farmers, what did they do? Well, they started to, in order to make money, they rented their land out, right? And they said, okay, well, we'll sell the land or rent the land to a power plant or something like that, that we can get money from since we're not basically making money through farming anymore. Well, then what happened was that they got a permit to probably build a facility on there, right? And then down the line, somebody else got a permit to build another facility. So there was no plan. There was no rhyme or reason. If you wanted to be able to rent your property, your land down, and they put a plant there, they did. And they did not always take into consideration about what was happening in that community or the proximity to residences. And then also when you look at it in terms of when people usually purchase homes where they can afford it. And in areas that have a high concentration of facilities of pollution, those areas, those property values are much lower. So people who are lower income, regardless of race, buy in areas that are highly polluted, right? Because that's where they can afford. And so this issue in terms of property and people's ability to be able to purchase in clean communities and clean areas, and they are not consistently overburdened or discriminated against because they can't afford to live in a rich area, that they will be able to get the assistance that they need, and that we will put policies and procedures in place to protect them. That is what environmental justice basically is. It is to ensure that people are not treated unfairly and are not overburdened facilities because they don't have a voice. Okay, so this is a video that was done that we took from an epidemiologist in Burke County, and he did a 20-year study on, let me see if I can get the play, on what he found in terms of the contaminants that are happening in Burke County. And I'm going to see if I can get it to play. Ooh, I'm not going to get it to play. Okay. It's only going to be like not 7 minutes, but I'll just do like maybe 3 minutes, but I don't know if we can't get it. There he is right there. You pulled up. It was underneath there. I saw his picture.
This is so weird because the mouse is
there he is. We can start at 579.
Hello, and welcome to this episode of A Cancer Conversation with the Georgia Cancer Center at the
and I'm sorry for telling the situation.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
And I had to do and I usually happens, it's usually 20
I'm sorry.
groups invest in our community. So
okay. No, I apologize to you all. That's not the right video.
Are y'all shocked by that data by Burke County though? Yeah.
I wonder why that one's not showing him. Let's see. Okay, well, I will make sure that are we sending out the PowerPoints to people? Are we? Yes. Okay, so I will make sure that it's embedded in there. But he did a 20-year study in Richmond and Burke County, and what he found is that in his study is that there has, of course, there's been an increase in terms of the amount of exposure to cancer, well, not exposure, but exposure to pollutants has led to increase in cancer within the Richmond and Burke County area. But then the prognosis or the people who are most affected by it are not what you would obviously think. When we think of justice and we think of people being exposed to the issues of environmental injustice that lead to cancer, asthma prevalence, we think of African Americans. When people think about racism and they think about environmental justice, they think about African Americans. But white people are experiencing that too. White men have had an increase in Burke County of prostate cancer that has increased over the 20 years. And that is one of the problems that I've seen in this country is that when people believe that it only happens to other people and that they are safe, but they are not. You know, just like, you know, you contaminate a river, but rivers flow, right? Air moves. And so you think that you are okay, but you are not. And so I wanted to put that out there so people will know and they will understand that they are too affected by environmental injustice. What happened in Ohio, that is an environmental justice. People know that train track was there. They know that there were issues there. And now people's property values and their health has been affected by the oversight and the neglect. And so we believe that we are going to be okay, but we're not. You know, eventually it's going to come and it's going to come our way. And one of the things that we need to do and make sure is that when we do see something that we stop it as soon as we can. So I hope that you have an opportunity to look at the video. So let me go to what we're planning on doing in the future and how we're going to be working with some of our partners like Georgia Tech and then also Augusta University and then hopefully some of our partners here. Georgia One is starting on a clean air campaign in the Central Savannah River around that impacts environmental contamination around CSRA communities, air quality. So the campaign will involve launching a civic engagement and awareness grassroots campaign around the impacts of environmental contaminations, air quality, consistency issues with upper respiratory problems, cancer-related illnesses, and deaths. And the project will be the first step in understanding how that contributes, right? And then we will have technical activities, which will include mobile air quality monitoring systems to identify potential hotspots of air toxics, criteria pollutants and greenhouse gases, environmental justice communities in these counties. And low-cost sensors will be deployed in selected neighborhoods to understand the variable into air pollutants and exposures, and analysis will be conducted. And we're going to consistently look at that in terms of the rural communities because, of course, you know, it happens everywhere in Atlanta, Georgia, particularly, and then also the surrounding counties. But these are the areas where people don't have as much resources or they don't have a voice. And so we are going to be working with community organizations, grassroots organizations that we've been doing for the past 40 years. But then also we're going to use that data to inform some of their legislative lawmakers that live out there, right? And have them have the data so they can go and speak to people who are in their local governments, who are their county representatives, and also their state house and Senate representatives as well. And we believe that the benefits would be a comprehensive baseline study of community scale air pollution exposure risk in those areas, development and establishment of an air quality monitoring network for those communities, documentation and reporting on a community scale of air pollution. So they always know what's happening, what's going on. Establishing a system to provide enhanced data and information to access the community members on their air pollution, training and education, curriculum for students and community, working with the school system, superintendents, having relationships with them in terms of what's happening also in indoor air quality. What's happening in our schools, you know, children having prevalence of asthma and the AVAC systems not being as up to par. And some of these schools, you know, what we're doing a lot now is we are taking all the money out of the public schools and giving to families so they can send their children to private schools. But some of these schools need a lot of work. They need infrastructure, and it's good to maybe take that money and improve that, right? Instead of giving the money to families so they can leave. Documentation and prioritization of local air pollution hotspots for outreach and engagement to local agencies for effective change. So our CSRA work will be a public health assessment, identify the cumulative effects of exposure to air pollution, public education, capacity building, mapping tools to fight back, and grassroots organizing, especially in using that data to inform an EJ bill in Georgia. The Environmental Justice Act. Now, there has been many environmental justice acts that have been introduced to the Georgia State House. It is almost on routine, right? Every year, every legislative year it is introduced, and has not basically had any type of gone to committee. The last one that was introduced, there was HB 260 that was introduced, and there was HB 491 that was introduced by Representative Drenner. Of course, it went to the Environment and Natural Resources Committee and it died, right? There's been no talk or discussion about it as of late. But we are going to use this summer to begin the process of reaching out to some of our elected officials and then also begin the process of educating people about it, because I believe that there needs to be a baseline in terms of, you know, there needs to be something in black and white that helps to set the standard of what is acceptable in terms of how we handle energy production, how we deal with facilities, how we address legacy pollution. And we need to come together in order to do that. And one of the ways that we can do that is to pass an EJ bill. That is similar to what South Carolina did. Now, can you believe South Carolina did it? If South Carolina did it, I think we could too. South Carolina passed the Environmental Justice Act, Act 171, which basically created an advisory committee that was commissioned by the General Assembly to basically take 12 agencies and heads of academia to study and consider existing practices at state agencies related to environmental justice and economic development, revitalization projects in this state, in the state of South Carolina, and to make recommendations. And I think that is something that the state of Georgia can do. And so that is where we're moving to. That is one of Georgia One's legislative priorities. And we'll be working with grassroots organizations to do that. And we'll be using this data to prove up and to show that it is needed and it's necessary. We hope you all will join us in this effort. That is my information right there. You can email me. You can go to Georgia One's website and see that we're having a legislative team for the EJ Act. And I look forward to a continued relationship working with all of you all. And thank you so very much.
All right. Well, that was a diverse panel, I guess, lots of different things, but collectively coalition building and the power of partnerships. At this time, we'll have a little time for some questions. And if you raise your hand, we'll bring you a mic. If are you awake out there? Y'all awake? It's like the after lunch crew. That's like my third block when I was teaching high school. Y'all awake? All right. Go ahead.
Obviously, y'all are doing tremendous work. And the air testing and all the one of the slides that you had, but all the monitoring and accountability measures that you all are passing. I think it's really fabulous that you're doing that. It's really needed. But it's interesting to me that corporations are not required to do that. Of course, they wouldn't be trustworthy anyway, but it just seems like that would be a logical part of operating in an ethical manner. Just wondered if you all had any thoughts about that. Or if that's too loaded of a question.
Well, I'll say I guess it's part of the problem with the system in terms of how environmental protection has been done when you let the people self-monitor themselves and expect them to report out and nobody's looking at them, which is why in a case like with shucks, this is in another state, but in Mississippi, and we probably found other instances in our state where companies have overpolluted, and then you go back and somebody else, an outside agency goes back and looks and says they were overpolluting for the past 3 years, but they also submitted yearly reports to the EPA or EPD. What's going on? We got to change the way we're doing businesses because it's not protecting people. It's protecting companies and production. And that's the problem. If somebody has something to add, go ahead.
There we go.
It also matters who's also running those agencies too. One of the things that happens in transitions when new administrations come is that they bring their own values in terms of how they want to administer or how they want to, do regulations, right? You can look at the civil rights in terms of the Justice Department, how they decide to go after some people when certain people are in office, and then other people they decide not to, and they let things kind of go in terms of voting rights, that type of thing. So that matters as well.
So pretty much the problem of pollution is politics.
That's the big problem. Exactly. Any questions? Go ahead.
Thanks. I don't know if this is on, but I have a pretty, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
All right, great. I can speak like this. I don't know if this is on, but my question is, we kind of got in two different ways of building coalitions, or maybe a few different ways from building coalitions. And it seems as we have the, I don't want to say it the wrong order, but I may, if I say some of your organization's names in the wrong order, but I know we have the Black Women Wellness Center. And you guys have a particular niche that's very intersectional to the work. And oftentimes that doesn't get highlighted, right? The intersections of our work. But then you were talking, Juan, I don't know, I wanted to call it Wanda, but it's just Juan. But I think Juan was talking about the broadness that's needed to do the work, right? And then we see in South Georgia, where we think particularly just about race, right? Because I think a lot of that dealt with race and economic factors, particularly in South Georgia. So I'm just curious, when we're building out, and in Decatur's a lot of race as well, and economic factors, you look at the huge split between poverty and money and how it sits and resides, particularly in Atlanta, so you can explicitly see it. So I'm wondering, when you're building coalitions, you're oftentimes building across different economic factors, different intersections of issues. When you think that it's better to focus on your particular issues and build coalitions around that, or is it better to build broader coalitions that can support you in doing your specific work? I don't know if that's a good question.
It depends on what you're trying to do. Like if you were trying to do something, if you're trying to do something localized, I think that's mainly geared to a county or particular neighborhood, then yes. But if you're trying to do something broad, like we're trying to do an EJ Act, that's broad, that's huge. You know, we're going to need a whole state to be a part of that. We're going to need those relationships. And Georgia One and a lot of other organizations were small. So we have to build those partnerships. So yes, it just depends for me on what we want to do.
And I think, like she said, it's both, and really starting with the community, and some earlier slides were talking about, you know, really tapping into the community experts, you know, people who are trusted community individuals who can really affect your message and mobilize local individuals to really care, right? Like they got to care about it first. And you got to explain to them why they should care. And, you know, not on this super high level where you're like using all these, you know, words that you can barely pronounce yourself, you know? So I think that's sort of first. And then, you know, as government officials see that, oh, this is really important, and people really, no matter what income level, especially low income, are willing to fight for this, right? Then, you know, I think then you open that broader lens. So
I'll ask you this. Question. I don't know what's going on. I'll just talk loud. It's a question of time and impact. So smaller governments can move faster, but they have less impact on the large thing. Federal government is where you want to see the change, but federal government's just going to work slower, right? And so even if we had a perfect system of politics right now, we don't. But even if we did, federal system is just going to work slower. So the question is, if you're with small communities, you start at that level and you try to get the wins quickly in order to snowball up more and more impact. And that happened. I think the other panelists here talked a lot about specific community engagement. We saw that in Decatur as well. The folks that were going to come to the charrettes were maybe not all the people who were representing all of Decatur, but you go through other measures in order to make sure you're capturing some of these other voices. And they may not all be accounted for equally, but if you are going through it intentionally and understanding that some people are not going to be there, you can go back and you can work with specific communities. So at least that's the way we think about it.
And I'll add that, and we'll have room for one more question, is that it is collective. It's both, because at the local level, you have the local advocacy there, your partnerships that are effective there. Then you have state, then you have federal. Because the thing about it, we don't fight because the one fight that's going on in that little small town is going on in another town. And if you fight that fight right and make sure you hit it at each level, if you can, with the right partners, then you collectively will build a movement
to end this for other communities so it doesn't continue through legislation in other ways, which also goes back to some type of bills or action. One more question, and that's all we have. One more question and short responses.
Okay, mine is not a question. I think you maybe know that EPA just awarded a set of air monitoring grants, and an organization I represent, Eco Action, won one of them, and one that Gary Harris, who is not here, but who's involved with the HERCULES Stakeholder Advisory Board. He won the other one in Georgia for, I've forgotten the name of his organization. But anyway, a number of the organizations that had won that grant doing air monitoring, we're all looking at the same thing, which is around collecting the air monitoring data, educating communities, posting the data, and having communities advocate. We're going to be meeting behind the scenes. And so I just want to let both of you all know so we can pull you in. And the goal is to share what all of us are doing and maybe hopefully help everybody to focus a little bit more effectively as we sort of implement the projects. And hopefully we'll be getting some technical assistance from EPA. The project Eco Action is working on, we're partnered with Emory. Gary's partnered with Georgia Tech. So we got some technical expertise. So hopefully we all can work together. And I have both of your information.
All right, so this is it. This is build a coalition workshop, like build a bear, but less environmentally unfriendly. So Beth Remmes is a facilitator for the work that reconnects and Gaia Education. She's in the biomimicry master's program. So we're going to learn how to work together like biology does. I'm really excited about that. I also, there's like a fancier word for that. So she's also on the board at Georgia Interfaith Power and Light, who we're also excited is tabling out there, and Unity Worldwide Ministry. So we are super excited. Give it up for Beth.
Thank you, everyone. And wait, one more round of applause for all the awesome speakers and organizers of this conference. This has been amazing. Well, thank you for that introduction. How many people have actually heard of biomimicry in here? Oh, good. I usually get bio what? So just to let you know, biomimicry, a short way to define that is biomimicry is innovation inspired by nature or the conscious emulation of life's genius. So today what we're going to do, we are going to start by expanding the definition of what we currently think of as activism and explore where you are already taking action and possibly discover some other ways that you want to participate. And then we are going to look at nature's strategies in the more than human world for creating successful partnerships so that we can amplify the good work that we are already doing. So as Amy mentioned, I am a facilitator for the work that reconnects. And one way that this framework just helps us make sense of where we are in this time is called the 3 stories of our time. So the first story, and the thing is, these are all happening and we get to decide where to put our energy. So again, it's just kind of a way to like orient and explain like what is going on here. So the first story is the business as usual story. And this is that mainstream narrative that assumes that there is little need to change, like that Decatur, like that line that was like that business as usual, nothing's changing. That's what this is. And it's a story that tells us that we can have infinite growth with finite resources, that profits matter more than people and planet. And the main goal is to get ahead, no matter the long-term consequences. So this is one story, and we know this is happening. We turn on the news and the market reports, and it's about profits and GDP, and that's a measure of success. So we know that this is happening. We all probably in this story a little bit. The next story that's happening is a story of the great unraveling, and that's a lot of what we spoke about today. It's the progressive decline and collapse of countless interlocking elements in the social, environmental, economic, and political systems. And while it's not new to this moment in history, of course, we have faced this and civilization has faced this in various points throughout history. There is a convergence and acceleration of the crises that are happening. and it draws attention to the failures of sticking with that business as usual model. It tends to maximize growth and profits, again, which is opposite of how nature actually works. Nature looks to optimize rather than maximize, and it has a series of checks and balances. And when cells grow out of control and take over, we call it cancer. And so the fact that we do not have those checks and balances and feedback systems, we are on runaway. That business as usual, someone had asked, well, why don't corporations, like, why aren't they responsible? Because we don't make them put it on their balance sheet. They externalize all of those costs, right? And so that's all part of this. And the thing about the great unraveling, because it is happening to so many people and so many different facets in our society, there are a lot of opportunities to work together. Like in that last talk about how pollution affects home prices, which also affects education. You know, there's going to be people across that spectrum who we can work with as environmentalists. And, you know, if you didn't know it before COVID, you certainly know it after COVID about how these crises impact each other. And looking at the people who are most affected by COVID also had pre-existing health conditions and asthma and live near power plants and, you know, suffer the highest rates. And so really, as environmentalists, there's no excuse to just show the polar bear on the ice cap anymore. Like Dr. Gear said, it is about the people and it is about the faces. So the upside of the unraveling is that there's a lot of people interested in talking about this and ways to work together. So the third story is a story of the Great Turning. And this is a story that talks about how we get from an industrial growth society to a life-sustaining society. And I have to think you believe this is a possible little bit, or you probably wouldn't be here today. But just as a reminder, humanity has been through other major revolutions. We've been through the agricultural revolution, the industrial growth society. And right now, I would say that we are in the digital revolution and AI and all that is going to mean. And when I just look at my life and think about the possibilities, because sometimes it feels like there's no way we're going to transition this life-sustaining society. How is that going to happen? I think like when I was in college, I didn't even have email, like, right? And now like I have a cell phone and I can FaceTime my friend in France. So like we humans do have the capacity to make this change. And how do we do that? So that's what we're going to focus on today. And this is that first part about kind of broadening our definition of activism. So there's 3 dimensions to this great turning, and it's not a hierarchy. They are actually mutually reinforcing and they are all necessary. And the first one is holding actions. And this is what we typically think of when we think of activism. It's all the things that slow down the damage to the earth. It's the political, the legislative, the legal, marches and boycotts and things like that. So that is what we would call holding action. We're just trying to like stop the tide of destruction. The next one is the creation of life-sustaining systems and practices. And I love this quote by our Buckminster Fuller. It's, "You never change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, build a new model that makes the existing model obsolete." So in this dimension, these are the people who are into renewable energy or permaculture or urban gardening. These are the people who are the builders and want to get their hands dirty and build these new systems and structures. And the last dimension is what we call the shift in consciousness, perceptions, and values. And these are the structural alternatives that take root. Because if we don't do this from a place of, because we believe that we're interconnected and we know that our actions affect others and we have that sense of compassion and care for the world, then those other things are kind of easier to fall away. But when we know this, that we're connected in both cognitive or spiritual way, or however you're looking at that interconnectedness, like whether it's a systems theory or whether it's maybe your faith tradition, this is another important piece in how we access reaching people. And I have a little just message here about that. When we perceive our deeper identity as an ecological self that includes all of life on Earth, then acting for the sake of a world doesn't seem like a sacrifice. It's actually a natural and fulfilling thing to do. So it's cultivating that ecological self. So this is where it becomes a little interactive. What I'm going to ask you to do is on your table, you have paper and pens, and I'm going to ask you to go to the dimension of the great turning that you are either already really involved with or most interested in. So if you do a lot of holding actions and you really love that, I'm going to have you go to like in line with that screen down there. If you are like more of a builder and you're into renewable energy or creating maybe a new education system or something like that, you can be here in the middle. And if you're kind of the more that piece, like I work with mindfulness, or I work with maybe some indigenous traditions and ways of knowing and that bring that science and spirituality together, I'm going to have you be in this part. So you can mix up, and then when you get there, I'll give you instructions. Okay, so just feel to wherever you are already working or feel called. And there's going to be a few tables, but I just want you to group together by what you like to do. So holding actions is going to be down in this way, and there's paper at every table. So just kind of stay with people at your table. And then the middle one is like, if you kind of like to get your hands dirty and do the building new systems and structures. And then the shift in consciousness, perceptions, and values is over this side. Okay. And then once you get to your table, someone is going to be the scribe, and you're going to write on that piece of paper and do it legibly, because another person in your group is going to be the person who shares all the wisdom your group came up with. So we're just going to brainstorm for maybe about 5-10 minutes, kind of I'll pay attention to the energy level of your groups and just write down all those things that are happening in that dimension. Okay. So again, if you're in holding actions, you're writing down some of those things that you've seen, the life sustaining systems and practices as a group, write down some of those things that you see, and then the shift in consciousness. Okay. Any questions? You guys got it? Okay. All right. Brainstorm away. All right, you guys feeling ready to harvest the wisdom from all of our colleagues here today? All right, I'm going to start over here with the holding actions. And if one person from each table would volunteer to maybe give their top, let's see, we have a lot of holding. How many did holding actions? How many tables? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so maybe like the top 3 from each table to make sure everyone gets to say something. All right, does anyone over here volunteer to be a speaker? You want to be a speaker? Okay, voluntold, that works. Okay, here you go. Okay, or just say them all if you feel pulled. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Should I stand up or? Okay, all right. All right, so we're holding actions. I'm Ernest Rogers. Hello, everybody. So some of the ones that we have, first one, climate action plans, local climate action plans, like in the city of Atlanta, Decatur, as we talked about earlier today, Savannah as well. Another one we have is Atlanta's tree ordinance. That's coming up soon to revise that. So that's an opportunity to affect the political and legislative around that. Also looking at like Southern Environmental Law Center and NRDC, all the lawsuits that they've been having to protect the environment in Georgia and the communities that live there. And I'll do one last one, the Inflation Reduction Act, the weatherization, the clean energy investments, and the energy efficiency investments, funding coming down from the federal government.
That's awesome. Good job. All right. Yes, round of applause. All these things are already happening. Okay, this table of holding actions, would anyone like to share a few things you came up with? Yeah, great.
All right. So the first thing we had was, my name is Zaina. Hello, everybody. So the first thing we had was working with the EPA on cumulative impact and stance on biomass, also bringing in the USDA. Second thing is working with Congress and administration. The third thing is visibility of environmental injustice. And then the fourth thing is enforcing town halls and relationships with legislators. So we had a lot of other stuff, but yeah, just obviously making sure our legislators are involved in hearing our community and having our community advocate for themselves through like letter writing and things like that. So thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Great job. Holding actions here too, right? No? Anyone else have, you guys have holding actions? Yep, you did. Okay. Anyone like to share from your group? That's gonna be like, it's gonna be like musical mic. Stop.
I'm gonna stay seated for this one. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Artist Trice. We have 3. Our top was education, and through that tabling, social media, getting people informed and engaged with the work. Number 2 is research. And I think number 2 and number 3 can kind of go into each other a little bit. Number 3 is coalition building and community organizing. I really loved the discussion on building community academic partnerships as well as inter-organizational partnerships as well. So making sure that people have access to the information and sharing it out within our networks.
Great job. Thank you. Does anyone else have holding actions? Okay. Well, I do have a little slide here too. Yours were more comprehensive than when I wrote, but just in case you all left and were tired, I had to put something up here. So I just kind of organize it in like, you know, this is how we show up. Yep. This is how we speak up. And this is how we organize. Okay. That's how we do it. So, and you know, this is really important work, but it's also really hard work. And I mean, if you're doing this work, you are an absolute hero because we don't win all the time. Like, and even if we do win, it took years and it took generations before us that got this work started. It is generally not a fast process. So don't feel guilty if you need to take a break from this dimension of the Great Turning and move into one of the other ones, because sometimes we just need to reset and go about it a different way. So that's going to bring us to the next group here. And this is called life-sustaining systems and practices. Sometimes it's called new and remembered systems and practices. And we say it that way because a lot of these actually come out of Indigenous traditions. And we want to honor the people who have actually been practicing this the whole time. And maybe some of us are just coming around to it. So let's see some groups right here. Do we have some practices you'd like to share? What do you think, Amy?
I mean, I've been talking all day, but no, I'm just gonna read upside down. So then when I say something wrong, I have someone to blame. So we were really talking about some main things that's not helping, guys. No. All right. This is what happens when you try and do things late in the afternoon. So, wow. Excellent job here. Woo, restructuring incentives. So things that put new values on things that we care about and more high costs on things that we don't like carbon taxes and the IRA and things like that. And another thing we mentioned was proactive visioning. So props to our friends at Decatur, and they're working with Agnes Scott and our friends at GreenLink about like, what is the future that you want to have versus what is happening right now. And then I'm going to pick innovate. That's lame. Everybody says innovation. We're innovating, guys. Woo! But we're doing also, I would say another thing that's really coming out of this is a true circular economy about what are we doing. First, we're reducing what we do, and then we're reusing it, and then we're recycling it. And I think that's a big thing now.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. All right. I know this group over here was working on that. Does anyone want to be a speaker? Okay. All right. Yeah. Hey, I love the self-organization. Go for it.
We're going to be egalitarian. I'm Mike Barsick with South Base, and what I thought was kind of neat is we actually started off almost before we started, and it kind of touches on what you said, Amy, that we felt it was really important to kind of emphasize the why. Why is this important as opposed to just what we want to do? So on the education side of things, help people understand the value and the importance of what we're doing. So with that, I'm going to turn it up. We kind of went all over the world with our table, but would you like to comment?
Hi, I'm Candace. Just to combine a couple things on here, we're talking more like about infrastructure. E-bike transformation, a lot of the convenience of bike lanes and things like that. Even some businesses also, like where I work, they're putting more EV charging, like literally in the company parking lot. So that kind of encourages people to also purchase, sustainable driving options there. So I'll pass it on to Grace.
This is scary. Okay. Yeah, sort of continuing on that theme. I think the table I was at earlier, we had a conversation about like making, or maybe this was just in a presentation. But on the theme of making sustainable choices like the easy choice, I think that really captures like our remaining points. So things like making, if you want to go vegetarian or vegan, like making that more available, and just working with communities directly and promoting education that way.
Great job, you guys. Thank you. That's awesome. Did you also have the second dimension? And you can point, usually I can't get one person to do it. So thank you for sharing the mic over there. So however you all want to do it. Does anyone like to share? Yeah.
So we have about 3 in our table. The first thing is something I heard for the very first time. I forgot your name, but I didn't get your name. It's called a nonprofit banks. So there is something called Grameo Bank. They lend for non-profit tasks or activities. Number 2, what we have in the table is incentivize for people to do sustainable tasks. Number 3 is prepare for climate impact. So we didn't expect New York is going to be covered with all the fog that we are seeing. So how should we be prepared for any climate impacts that we could face in the near future?
Wow, that's awesome. One more.
Also, divesting from fossil fuels individually in our banks that we use, our credit cards, our car and homeowner insurance, and our investments if we have them, and then working with our institutions like colleges and churches to divest their endowment funds and then invest green instead. And that includes fossil fuels. Divesting means uninvesting from fossil fuels and moving those investments to green, and from agribusinesses, which are destroying the Amazon rainforest, the Congo, and the Indonesia rainforest, and the old growth forests in Canada, all over the world. So
Thank you. Thank you, team, for that. And everyone else over here is shift in consciousness, right? Okay. So again, I have some things here and I'm going to keep an eye on the time because I do get really excited about this. You guys talked about so many great things. Although I didn't hear anyone mention biomimicry, that would fall under here. But I'm just going to add these up quick and then you can take a picture if you want. But there are so many things happening in this dimension. That last table talked a lot about economics. And if you haven't already seen it, donut economics is really fascinating to look into. Talk about how do we live with in our carrying capacity. Things like all the gardening movements, all the urban agriculture, slow food movements, CSAs, repair cafes, the idea of like maybe everyone has to own the same thing. So again, you guys talked about the circular economy and you talked about different investing. So economy is a big piece of this. How do we do things? Rights of nature movement, that is something that can be here. Like some things can actually fall in all the dimensions because that might be a legislative thing. It might be something we're working on. What does that look like? And it could also be the shift in consciousness piece. So just a few things. And look at these things are already happening. It's amazing. Already underway. All right. So the next group we have is the shift in consciousness piece. So I'm going to pass it over to you.
All right. So our table has no small aspirations. We are supporting the revolution through culture that is lending an aspirational tone to the new zeitgeist. And the way we're doing this is building new communities with intentionality, foresight, and community input. And let's see, we are speaking to the heart by creating an optimistic soundtrack for the future and focusing on the good that we can do within our communities and advocating for civic duty.
Love that. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm Aisha, and our group, the first thing that we put was thinking about the ecosystem and our impacts on it. The second was our connection to nature through spirituality, that we are a part of nature. And I think we talked about it a little bit, but the Industrial Revolution and that disconnect, that unplugging from nature and reality we listen to like whale sounds and nature sounds to go to sleep, but when's the last time we were in a forest listening to those sounds in real life, people? So that disconnect, bringing that back. And then we also talked about it as a faith tradition or traditional values, bringing those into the modern era. Our traditional faith values, our traditional heritage tells us to take care of the earth, but we don't necessarily always think about it in that context. So bringing those values forward into modernity and making sure that we're taking care of our neighbors by taking care of the planet. And then finding comfort with discomfort. So we had someone on our table who's a devout carnivore, and I just turned a pescatarian. So talking about like where we can meet in the middle, not forcing my values, my choices onto another person, but seeing like where we can have that conversation and talk about our values.
Thank you. And that's a really beautiful point, because if we're here because we are for life and we want to live in harmony and balance, does it make sense to get out there and throw rocks and yell at people? Right? Like that's not the world we're trying to create, right? So to start from that value propositions and see where we can find that alignment, that's how we build bridges. So that's one beautiful. Thank you. Okay, you guys over here. Anyone feel like speaking? Okay, thank you. My friend from the elevator this morning.
Hello, I'm LaShawn. Our group, we were trying to be quick about this, but we were really passionate about it. One of the things that we came up with is use education to shift perceptions. Sometimes when people don't know, they do things contrary to what we like them to do. So we have to raise awareness. The other thought is people are strong in faith. Building stewardship we need to go beyond the secular beliefs and religion to find, as you said, commonalities, and then how we can go forward. Another thought was unlearning and then relearning. Unlearning some of the things that we're doing that is destroying our ecosystem, are destroying our world, and then relearning those things from our grandparents or great grandparents that they were doing really well. We just didn't know it. Now we need to shift and do that. So that was the top 3 things, although we had some other stuff on here. And veganism was included.
Great job. Thank you so much. See what I had on my screen here. I just heard Robin Walkhammer speak over at a different building in Emory, and she talked about us being kincentric. And I love that. And I don't know if any of you have read Braiding Sweetgrass, but she talks about how she doesn't refer, and her people don't refer to trees and plants as it, they refer to them as key, like part of their kin. So these are some things that are happening. That's like the idea of forest bathing. Like whoever heard of forest bathing 10 years ago? Now that's a thing, And again, biomimicry, like it's one of those can fall in both, but that's a view of nature as mentor rather than a resource. The idea of someone's talking about the Industrial Growth Society, how it kind of broke things down into pieces and parts. And so the resurgence of systems theory and Gaia theory, that we all know we're part of a system. Okay, so now I'm going to invite you to sit next to someone, maybe at a table near you, not who you were just with, and we're going to do something called open sentences. So just turn your chair, and it can be someone at the same table, but I'm just going to invite you, if you're back to back, you might just want to join that way. All right, so we're going to do something called an open sentence. And this is going to feel weird because you're going to get 2 minutes to talk uninterrupted. Like, how often does that ever happen in our lives? All right, so all this great work that we just talked about, we don't want to do it alone. It's not as effective and it's not as fun. So this brings us to the next question about coalition building. How do we find people and organizations to work with that will be mutually beneficial? So I'm just going to give you a little bit about this from a systems and biomimicry point of view. So the power generated when working with others is based on synergy, which is when 2 or more parties working together create results that would not have occurred if they worked alone or in competition. In systems, these interactions create emergent properties, which are greater than the sum of its parts and more than imagined. This is a poem by D.H. Lawrence. Water is H2O, hydrogen 2 parts, oxygen 1. But there is also a third thing that makes it water. And nobody knows what that is. So what new capacities and solutions can emerge when groups of people act together? Who should we work with? And Joanna Macy, who's the root teacher of Work That Reconnects, says that synergy and emergent properties are synonymous with hope for her. That's what gives her hope in the world, because we really never know what a group like this, like these people in the room, like what could you come together to create? Like we don't know that. And it's so hopeful when you think about all that can emerge from these sorts of gatherings. So competition or cooperation. Survival of the fittest does not mean that only the strong will survive. In fact, that phrase wasn't even introduced until Darwin's 5th edition of On the Origin of Species, after it was introduced by Herbert Spencer and applied to his own economic amoral theories after reading Darwin. And so by fittest, Darwin actually meant those who are most likely to fit, most well adapted to their conditions, to optimize their energy use and to be able to partner well with others. Those are the ones who are most likely to survive. Is that the first time anyone's ever heard that before? Do you all know that? Because, right? Because it kind of blew my mind when I heard that. Because like, that's our society, right? Survival of the fittest, I'm strong, I'm gonna overpower everyone. That is not what Darwin meant at all, okay? Darwin actually noted that humankind's real power comes in their ability to perform complex tasks together, to sympathize and cooperate. And in the more than human world, mutualisms tend to increase in times of stress. In places that are harder to live in, there are more mutualisms. And during difficult times, like during a drought, organisms become more cooperative. And this quote, life did not take over the globe by combat, but by networking. On your sheet that I hand out are some examples of mutualism's nature, but I thought I'd use a local one. This is from the Okefenokee Swamp. And if you're ever paddling out there, you may notice that the birds, such as egrets and herons, often build a nest right under where the alligators are. And you'd think, oh my gosh, that doesn't seem very safe. Why would they do that? But actually that is a mutualism. So the bird droppings attract fish, which feed the alligators. And then sadly, sometimes they have more brood than they can handle. And they push one out of the nest, and that's more food for the alligators. And the alligators protect the birds from the raccoons that are going to try to climb up that tree. So they both benefit. This is a mutualism. So they're both benefiting from that relationship. Okay, so this brings us to that worksheet that you have in front of you. And this is from Biomimicry for Social Innovation. They have allowed me to use these handouts. They're very happy that I'm sharing it with you. And this is talking about the key characteristics for partnerships that work in nature. So we're going to learn a little bit about this, and then we're going to take some time to think about how this would impact in our own lives and our own partnerships. So the first criteria is there must be a net benefit for each party, and this creates a reinforcing feedback loop. So it's not just good for one and not the other, but it has to be a net benefit for both, like that the alligator and the shorebirds, they both benefited from that. The value exchange is a different resources of service. I know a lot of times in activism, we tend to be like, oh, wait, you do that, I do that too. Like, that's so great. How can we do this together? And then it's like, never really went anywhere. And the reason why maybe it didn't go anywhere is because we're actually offering the same thing in the same knowledge base. So the idea is a different exchange of resources. And in nature, a lot of this looks like a food exchange for protection or a food exchange for habitat. Those are the things that tend to get exchanged the most. So again, it's a different resource, it's a different value exchange. The third is the benefit of resources or services is something that each partner can readily provide to the other. So we're not doing a big ask, like these birds already need to nest. The gator is already, they're going to try to get the raccoon. So when you're thinking of what partnerships you want to build with, like maybe if you really need resources and finances, you're not going to ask another small nonprofit to help you out in that way, right? You're going to go to a different network that might have a lot more resources that is, yeah, sure, I can write you that check for $50,000. That's no problem, right? Like, so we wanted to make it an easy ask, or maybe there's a group who has a ton of volunteers or like super mobilized and they want to be put to use, and that's what you need. So that's who you'd go to ask them. They have, oh yeah, I'm going to just put it on Instagram, put it on TikTok. They're going to be there in like 30 minutes. So thinking about what is an easy ask for someone. And the last is that partners respond and adapt to each other and to changing context. So this is lessons for enduring partnerships. Not all partnerships are going to be enduring. Sometimes it's just going to be for a campaign season. But the ones that really do last are the ones that change and adapt to the context and work with each other and are fluid and have those feedback loops. So we're constantly getting that information and deciding if we can work with that. So you have another sheet there, and I'm just going to ask you to take a few minutes and fill this out. Think about the partnerships that you have and one maybe that's working well and one that has struggled. And just kind of on that continuum of like, yeah, it's somewhat happening or it's not at all happening. Just see if maybe this is a key to maybe some of the reasons why it's working and the why it might be struggling. So I'm going to give you some time to work on that, and then we're going to talk with each other. If you get through that first page, there are some questions on the back, but we may just do that last page like when we talk with each other. So, okay. All right, well, I'm going to walk around with the microphone again. I'm really curious to hear what this brought up for you. Did you think it was interesting or helpful, or no, I didn't understand it at all? So either this exercise or in general, this is just, we have about maybe 10 minutes or so for anything that you want to share to the larger group. And so if you raise your hand, I'll walk over with a microphone.
In our deep conversation, we came to the understanding, it was like, whoa, lights come on. Understanding the mutuality in the agreement that you have with the partner, where those points of connection are, and understanding and also being real about what you were expecting versus what you're getting. Because you might be just supporting that org for what their mission is, because that's something you mutual, but they may not mutually agree on what your key issue is, and they may not be supporting you. You may be supporting them, but acknowledging and knowing that's how that relationship works is important for understanding that relationship and not expecting anything more than that. So you know what you're getting. And that was our discussion.
That's awesome. Thank you. And that exists in nature too, commensalism, where one party benefits and the other party doesn't. But yeah, it's important to know, am I in a mutualism? Am I in a commensalism? Am I in a parasitism? Like, is someone taking advantage of me? Like, it's good to know what's happening. Right, so you get mad. Right, you know you just messed with a gator. Like, you know what's gonna happen. Anything else that came up for people? Did people find it helpful in general? Yeah? Yeah. Okay, cool. Any other insights at all? Maybe like, how about a relationship that wasn't working? Was there any insights around that?
I mean, it kind of goes to we talked a lot at our table about the mutual, coming to an understanding about each group's expectations. That seems to be very important and kind of a common thread in our partnerships that didn't go so well, that there hadn't been that understanding. And for me, it just really, just speaking to how much this is helpful. We are currently, I think Melanie shared a little bit about this earlier, but we're currently drafting kind of a memorandum of understanding for our community academic partnerships, especially for research partnerships. And that was what I was reflecting on a lot, because those can be really challenging, especially when you're very different expectations on either side, lots of imbalance sometimes. And so kind of using some of this to, as we go through, we already have a whole section on like, sit down, come up with a mutual understanding of your expectations and the benefits that you're both getting out of it. But I think there's some other
work story. So she had this partnership with someone else in her organization where if they would send her an email, great communication, right? They would text her 10 minutes later, did you get my email? And if she didn't respond to the text, an hour later, she'd get a phone call. And it happened like several times a day. So even though the communication aspect is something you want in a partnership, maybe not be overly communicative. It's also a good thing. Keep everything in balance. It's also a good thing to keep in mind.
Well, I was just going to say that, most of us here have community values. That's why we're here in terms of mutuality, caring for our community, trying to find a mutuality between our own needs and the needs of others in a balanced way. But we live in a society that is run on profit and individualism, and those things don't go together very well. which is why a lot of times it's hard to get funding for the things that are actually the most important things in life. When I first became a marriage and family therapist years ago, after getting a journalism degree, neither one of those things really pay very well. But you look at some of the most destructive careers in the world, you know, private hedge funds and, you know, CEOs of some of these corporations, and they pay obscenely. So it's a huge imbalance, and it's a huge, you know, in nature, it doesn't match with nature. I mean, you have animals that, like elephants, that, you know, they collaborate, they take care of each other. You know, geese stay behind with injured geese. So.
No, it's true. And what you just described is that business as usual story, which we saw is not working because we are all in a great unraveling. So that is why we are here, to participate in this great turning from that industrial growth society that prioritizes competition, individualism, profits above all else, to creating a more life-sustaining society. Life creates conditions conducive to life. That's what life does. And we are part of nature. So we have the capacity to do it. It's just changing these systems and structures and the value. And it comes through all those sections. It comes from those holding actions. It comes from the new and remembered systems and that shifting consciousness piece. So thank you for wrapping that all up for me. That was great. All right, so we just have a few minutes, and this could end up being a good photo op. I'm gonna pass out Post-it and everyone can take one. Has anyone ever read Emergent Strategy or Holding Change by Adrienne Marie Brown? She's amazing. If you haven't read it, you need to. She writes, in my work with generative somatics, we learn to make declarations or commitments, statements that speak to who we are becoming in service of the world we were working to create. We speak our commitments in the pattern of, I am a commitment to. So that each time we say our commitment, we are declaring ourselves an embodiment to our longings. So we have just a few minutes left, and I would just really just take 2 or 3 minutes, whatever comes to you. And I just want you to write on that Post-it, I am a commitment to, and then write what comes to you. And if you would like to share, I'm going to invite you to, when you leave here, just put it on this table, because I think it'd be a really awesome photo to take a picture of everything that people are a commitment to. Or if you want to hang on to it, that's fine too. But again, I'm just going to invite you to write on that Post-it, what are you a commitment to? Okay, so again, when you leave, if you want to put them on the table, that's great, or you can hang on to it. I'm just going to end with this quote here by Howard Zinn. He says, when small acts, when multiplied by millions of people, can transform the world. Even when we don't win, there is fun and fulfillment in the fact that we have been involved with other good people in something worthwhile. And that's how I feel being in this room with all of you. I mean, I don't know what the results of this are going to be. I don't know what is going to emerge from this session, but I have absolutely loved being here in community with all of you today. So thank you.
Thank you, everybody.